Regen era rising. A mycelial constellation where we all come together through the power of nature and futuristic now thinking. Regen era, it's a regen era. 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 Welcome back to this constellation.
Party and celebration. It's a constellation of stars come together to make the world in our own image. Letting go of projecting an image, just being a mirror image. We all connect, but in a deeper way than the internet. Quantum connection for divine reflections. Beautiful intuition. We had an intermission. Now on to the next one. Be what you be, I am what I am. Put it together, that's be my family. We can beam together, on the stream together. Connect like water in a stream together. So one more time, bring the chorus in so we know we can fly. Regen era time. One heart, one body, one mind. It's a regen era.
It's a regen era. Regen era. It's a regen era. Regen era. It's a regen era. Regen era. It's a regen era.
Okay. Little Marv Radio Intuition. Thank you for joining us on this beautiful, beautiful Saturday. I think it's probably afternoon for you. It's early morning, 1 a.m. for me, and we have an amazing Regen era teaser for everybody. It's an exclusive teaser. So I've really enjoyed the times I've connected and listened to Mark. He's a beamer. Mark Smith is continually sending that energy out into the world and receiving it through his beams. So his myth is making the invisible visible throughout the design science decade with the design science studios. Kin beaming eco earth from the heart of the Regenaissance. Oh, I love it. It's like quantum language. So without further ado, it's a pleasure to introduce Mark Smith.
Thank you, Marv, for wrapping us in here and just carrying that resonance right through. Love it. Heartfelt. You know, I'm just going to tell a quick story. I've got a 5-minute teaser. It is the first compilation that I created from the very first year, and it's got a bit of essence from year number 2, the cohort, different things from Mora and our participation. And the beaming was conceived in the design science studio as a rapid kind of prototyping thing based on world building and backcasting. So the beam is about the backcasting Evolutionary Alliance mediums. We're here to be the mediums. We have the tools, we have the heart, we have the mindset, and we're going to carry that message through and be as clear as we can and joyous. And so I'm going to ask whoever's got their finger on the play button to just let this play through. There's a link through in Mora. You'll find these as well, and it'll take you to the full beaming. And tomorrow we'll play a different one from this cohort. Thank you.
had slipped out of time. The backcasting Evolutionary Alliance mediums discovered the sense of beaming sublime, evolving from reaction to refraction, perspectives of being sphere, each a unique droplet of rainbow's cheer. Remembering the story of old, the one we were once all told, whispered from ear to ear, twisted words devoid of life found their way again through the turmoil and strife. 'Twas never meant to be divide and conquer, separate you, me, and empathy. When the mythos became clear, our mythic operating systems were ripe and regeneratively here. Not divide and conquer, no, but divine and concur. Yes, divine and concur, to be intuitively in accord. Welcome to the Green Womb, story living well told, a speakeasy of bold souls, beaming mediums nurturing the way of the world, blossoming gardens of intentions, beaming Regenera from the heart of the Regenaissance.
The equation you have reached is no longer sufficient. Please dial in the new metaphysical equation. The new equation is evolution equals mind times omnidirectional communication. This message brought to you by the Leprechaun Conspiracy.
In the room with us is also Mark Smith, who's a friend who introduced me to the concept of backcasting, which is kind of dreaming audaciously, which is to really cast our minds into the future and try to weave back and make sense of everything that's happening now through the eyes or through a portal where everything worked out. So perhaps we can actually get the people in the room with us to engage in a little bit of playful backcasting from 2030. We might actually have a beautiful, interesting conversation from the future. And I don't know who wants to go first.
Well, since you brought it up, I'm going to jump right in there, Jurgis, of course. We're here beamcasting, beaming, that backcasting Evolutionary Alliance mediums. That's the story we tell here. What did you do along the way to arrive at that future that you know is possible?
This session of Beaming Regenera is brought to you by the future. This Beamcast sponsored by the Backcasting Evolutionary Alliance Mediums. Until then.
I have one last question for you. All right? Yeah. Okay, so it's 2030. We've gone through this journey. The beaming exercise is developed into the Backcasting Evolutionary Alliance Mediums Camp for Kids, the Backcasting Camp for Kids, and you're a camp counselor. What's your gig?
Oh my gosh. I think it would be like a clown show. I'm really embodying my inner sacred clown, or as I like to say, sacred geometry clown. Bringing in, the importance of humor in these times to kind of cut through a lot of the BS and bias that we're all baked into, and kind of poke fun of the world through humor, and in doing so, you kind of can penetrate deeper into people's worldview and jostle them up. So I think it would be some sort of sacred geometry clown show.
Yeah.
If you guys then all know how to juggle and ride a unicycle. Who knows? Inside of a vector equilibrium.
And there you have it. That's the first beaming. There's a 20-minute video that is quite a compilation of different things from that first exercise. And we got to, I think after that was, Marv, I think you were involved in that. Isn't that the Re and Co had something very much to do with you and getting Jurgis out onto the radio waves.
Yeah, that was a beautiful experience. Just connecting on. This is before regeneration or regen era, and connecting with Design Science Studio, and just having that connection with other people to co-create and facilitate conversation with music. A really beautiful place where I met a lot of people was through these little streams. It's a beautiful way to use the technologies we have to be closer to each other. So I've really enjoyed that.
Yeah, it was an interesting time. I think it was right when Clubhouse started as well. And so we were beaming all in every which way.
Yeah, and the backcasting for Jurgis to say you were the one who showed him. I remember this being something when I came to Ibiza that was blowing my mind a little, to think from 2030 and the power in that. I love the way that we can accept these future present realities as fact and draw from that space. So really beautiful that you're sharing this concept with the world and all of us.
Mm-hmm. Well, it's something that actually I've been living into. I dreamed of you all many years ago, and I've been waiting to meet you. So it's been a wonderful experience. There's more documentation, artifacts, and you're welcome to dig in at beaming.earth. Over and out.
Beaming, beaming, beaming. This smile that beams from myself. Feel that smile within yourself, bring it into your own face, and know that as we beam, as we broadcast our reality. I love the fact that beam is be and am, and that's all we are to be, is to be. So pass it on to Timmy. I'll pass on to you so you can introduce Chelvanaya. And yes, good to see you, Timmy. And thank you for that the vibes earlier. And I was having a nice meditation listening to your vibes. So thank you.
Thank you. You too. This has been such a healing day. All the vibrations. All right. Oh, and we got Shelvanite coming right on. Sorry, I was losing the timeline there. Come on, Shelvanite, show us what's next.
Hello, hello. Thank you, thank you. Okay, so what's next is more participatory weaving if you were here yesterday. But even if you weren't, it's out there in the field, so I'm sure it impacted you in some way. So hang on one quick second. Let me share my screen. I will explain. As soon as I find it. There it is. How about that? All right. So let's see. Well, actually, different thing is it? Are we seeing the presentation? Can I get a? Are folks seeing? Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Sorry. Okay. So if you you can scan this QR code. You can go to that link there. Basically, what we're going to do is sort I'm really loving this. I get on, and then next thing you know, there's music to go with this. I'm just gonna get used to this. You realize? Thank you. Yes, but feel free to keep going. So today's theme, in general, is radical imagination. If you hadn't picked it up by now, right? And we have a question for you. We actually have several questions for you because why not, right? So as you can see, what are the ways in which you infuse? Wait, is this the wrong? Oh, my apologies. A little teaser there. Do this one first. Haha. Okay. Oh, it's still not doing the right one. All right. So this was yesterday. Where is my? I apologize, folks. All right. I'm gonna stop my share so that I don't make people dizzy while I figure out what's going on. This is what happens when I travel in between cities here.
Was it not working? I was seeing it.
Oh, you were?
Yeah, I saw the slide.
But were you?
And it opened up my eyes. I saw the slide. Got to demanding without understand.
Okay, that is
welcome.
Delightful.
I'm not much of a singer often, but you know, I got to.
I mean, I feel like oh, you know what? It just why did it? All right, my apologies. It seems to have completely deleted the slide that I was going to show you first, which is embarrassing, but it's all right. Okay. All right, give me 1 second. I tell you what I'm going to do instead while I figure that out is I'm going to show you. Roxy, your psychic, your future vision when you added time to this was pretty spot on. Because
oh right, because I was like, let's have more time. Well, yeah. I just feel like, you know, sometimes we gotta like all of a sudden.
You know, there's always gonna be something. I mean, that's just the way it is.
There's always gonna be something. But then I was like, I feel like people were really just getting into it yesterday, and then we had to stop. And I was like, wait, we just started hearing from people. So I was like,
I know.
Oh, we should have more time. Maybe we should have more time.
And of course, it's not like I couldn't just use that slide. It's just there was one that goes before it, and for some reason, it don't want to show to you. So, wow. And I suspect that means I think that's because I'm trying to like edit them on two different computers.
I have to close one over the other. Well, I mean, the one that you brought up is pretty fun. I can talk about this for a minute if you want to look.
I would love that. And the website, hopefully you can see it. It's regenera.city/training. So that's
training.
Yeah. So please, if you don't mind.
Yes.
Roxy
Totally. Okay. So one of the super fun things that happens in the city of Regenera is that we have an opportunity to embody this like our solar punk archetype that is carrying us forward. Or sometimes we have many archetypes.
Mm-hmm.
And you know, when I look back at all the changes that occurred to get us to this place where the city supported our transition to this more protopian future that our hearts all knew was possible. It was really helpful for me to step aboard the city and be like, oh, I really want to embolden my inner permaculture gardener. You know, I want to like really amplify my mythic storyteller. And it helped me to find the roots that were deep inside that were waiting to be seen and tended to. And I got to bring those forward in the city. And so, you know, maybe it'd be fun to hear from maybe Tibby, actually, the futurist who was just up here with us earlier. You know, I think earlier we were talking about this, Timmy, the futurist fabricator, and maybe you could share a little bit about, you know, your archetype here in the city of Regenera and your, you know, inner citizen spirit and what that's brought to your life.
Yeah, I truly live in Regenera often. I think I sometimes beam up to the city, even when it's in the sky, because I've been the futurist for a decade now, and it's really a mixture. I find myself being the doer and the futurist, and I'm taking concepts that inspire me for where we're going and how we can achieve these goals. And I'm constantly trying to transmute them into something that can really exist. And so those meant so much to me. But really I find little things in all of these that I relate with. But futurist and doer for me
Yeah.
uh, make me feel passionate. And the scientist.
The doer is the engineer, the builder, the one who finds the biggest joy in making things happen against all odds. Very pragmatic archetype.
Yeah.
The future is always first an idea. Embodying the futurist archetype means transforming oneself into a forecaster, into a seer and creator of possible futures. Yeah, that sounds like you, for sure. Absolutely.
I think I'm in a transitioning phase in my life, really,
Yeah.
from the futurist to the doer, because I
Mm-hmm.
find myself having spent years like
Mm-hmm.
planning and visualizing, and I'm now transitioning into a phase where I'll be touching and building and actually seeing these things in front of me. It's an exciting transition to make.
I love that. That's beautiful. Mm, okay. Well, I want to talk about this more, but first, I want to get some input from folks. I want to get people telling us what their stories are. Okay, so I'm going to share a different screen. Thank you for that.
Thank you.
Go.
While this slide gets up, I want to just invite everyone to get ready to share. This is a participatory moment. We get to weave, we get to see each other, we get to hear each other and feel each other. I'll get some sleep, Marv. Much love.
Oh, yeah. Marv, the late night rock star. Woohoo. Share. Yeah. All right. Is it in presentation mode?
Yes.
Awesome. Okay. So, how might you decolonize your imagination? What are the ways in which you infuse your imagination with your own roots? Do you have any rituals? You can, again, you can go to this website here, type it in, or you can scan the QR code from your phone. I think that's what Roxy's doing, I'm not sure. I love it. All right. And what you should see, so when, yeah, hang on. We're gonna see answers pop up, which is gonna be really fun. Yeah. So just think about what you when you're thinking about your imagination, right, and how you might step into a more expansive space of imagination. I mean, obviously, Eve's workshop is very much about that, expanding our imaginations and what that looks like. But think about how you might bring others on board. Think about how you might be proactive about it. Untethered from the way things are. Tethered from the way things are, but the way things are is in quotes. We always think we know. Well, I shouldn't say always. There is this push to pretend like we know what things are when really we don't. What else we got here? Radical means from the root. So finding and tending the roots. Yes, exactly. What are your roots? Yeah. How do you know? I was just telling a friend earlier today about how I've been sort of on a lifelong journey of finding my roots, right? Of looking up various ancestors in the traditional sort of genealogical way. Uh, but I've always known that's not sufficient. That's not enough, right? Our lineages go beyond sort of like family chart of, you know, who's your grandmother, who's your great grandmother, who's your cousin twice removed or whatever, right? Like that's a part of it, but it doesn't tell you that there's more of a story to be told. Oh, what do we got here? We have more. Getting cute. Oh, you know what? I need to pure lovely faces over here. There we go. Getting curious about what the underlying patterns I am embedded within. How do we know whether or not our imagination is colonized? That's a good question. A very good question. Gosh, I would call that a provocation for that question. I suppose all questions. Keep turning the prism of perception. Oof. That's fantastic. Yeah. Dare to dream. Mm. Mm-hmm. Great. Roxy, can I get a time check? I'm just wondering how much time we got. Imagination activism, yes. Absolutely.
We're at time-ish.
Okay. We're at time, you said?
Pretty much at time, yeah.
Okay, so let me I see people are still type. Should I switch to the second one or if we're at time, I don't want to always assume the truth is more elaborate than our current understanding. Exactly. Well said. Mm-hmm. I agree. Okay. I see that the typing has stopped, so I'm going to presume, oops, to pull up the next one real quick. Attention, anyway. There. So what medicine do you need to facilitate this imagination decolonization? What capacities do you already have access to within you? Again, what rituals do you have? What rituals live within you, right? All those ancestors and folks that they are connected to, they live within you, and some of them had rituals, many of them. What medicine do you have to offer others? Childlike joy! Woohoo! Yes, 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 absolutely. Yeah. Curiosity, yes, please. Absolutely. Tending to the earth. Yeah. Mm. Future casting. Yes. Community. Mm-hmm. Universality. Access to the divine through harmony with nature, and community with all life. Space. The final frontier. And taking up space. Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. And rest. Yes, please. Oh, let us rest. Let us build rest into our practices. Absolutely. Grace. More rest. It's like we can never get enough of that. Cats. Yes. Yes, yes, yes. Seeding and nurturing the mycelium within the sense of story living. We have a picture to go with it, looks like. Oh yeah, look at that. Hey, Mark. Oh, there's that beaming smile. Courage and kindness. Babies. Oh, practice. I can't hear you, my dear, but I suspect we need to move on, yes? Oh, there. I don't know if you were trying to speak, Mark. Oh, okay. Bum, 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 bum. Yeah. How can we invite others to co-create with us? This is a silly question, of course, because this is what we're doing right here, right now. But I mean, beyond this space, as you take this space with you, right? What are the ways in which we're inviting others to not only be in a space of imagination, but to think about authentic deepening through exploration and inquiry? Singing and dancing. Yes, always.
That's my favorite.
I couldn't have guessed. Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Well, I'm excited to introduce Karishi. She's coming up with a presentation next.
Oh my goodness, I'm so
Ready
honored.
for that?
Yes, I'm ready.
Awesome.
All right, I'm gonna stop the share here. Thank you, everyone. I saw there was one more. I will take a look at it. We will all take a look at it.
What we got?
All right. Please can you?
Good questions.
Yeah, I really enjoyed this.
It was a co-creation as everything. Well, thank you all for your participation.
Thank you, Shelf9. Karishi is a multidisciplinary artist and educator who empowers people to love themselves and create change. She is going to do a presentation for us dedicated to the story of her body, her challenges with illness and injury, and the book that these experiences have led her to write. Thank you. The stage is yours.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm glad to be back on with you all. Do I have screen share capabilities? Okay, perfect. So I'm going to let me share my screen. I have been on the precipice of something major for some time. And I wasn't quite sure what that was. I was grappling with it, and I thought it was one thing. And through the process of, being in this cohort and tapping deeper into my creative consciousness, while simultaneously working on my deeply spiritual journey and on my healing journey, I was led to what I'm going to share with you all today. In true Kairishi fashion, I'm going to present, and in the presentation, there's going to be several poems that I'm going to share. So my presentation is We Women, a Fat Black Woman and the Wildest Natured Women She Comes From. And this is a little Kairishi. So this is kind of an overview. This is going to be the flow. I have 4 poems, and I'm going to talk about a little bit about myself as a writer, and then, what has come to me. All right. So yes, I am multidisciplinary artist, like Timmy said. I use a lot of different mediums. Sometimes it's primarily dance. Sometimes it's primarily theater. I think all the time poetry is the connective tissue. Poetry and writing are the connective tissues that piece everything together. And I like the idea of being able to communicate and stimulate people with multiple art forms. And I love performing. And And so I'm able to really, I think, art is about me exploring more of my own identity and consciousness and seeing my relationship to the world and things around me. And then by virtue of doing that, I then am able to be a window for other people to do the same thing, to learn more about themselves, to dive deeper into their consciousness, to be seen and see themselves in my story. Even if their experience, the exact experience is different, maybe the essence of the experience is the same. And to be able to create connection in that way. All right. So my first piece that I'm going to read is called My Body. My body. My body is big. My body is big, round, and curvy. All my life, I heard these inches were just too much. Too much. Too much. You are too much. I mean, look at you. Your butt is too much. Your titties are too much. Your voice is too much. You love too much. Your energy is too much. You smile too much. You like yourself too much. Miss K, can you please stop? Because you are doing too much. Kairishi, you like boys and sex and people too much. You talk on the phone too much. Baby girl, that outfit's too much, shows too much skin. And your hair is too much. It's too natural, too short, too different. You're too different, too weird, artistic, whatever. Your strength is too much. Your loudness and quiet and happiness and anger are too much. You sing too much, dance too much, help too much, hurt too much, laugh too much. You are too much. Got thighs as vast as the Amazon is wide, a belly that wiggles, jiggles like jelly, arms bountiful as the sun and spilling over with love, a booty so juicy, it's too large to hide. I mean, I got a body, the type of body that can outlast it all. Hatred, rage, sorrow, pain, tears, rain, the oppression of it all, misery, self-hate, family feuds, bullies picking on you, any and everyone talking about you, not liking yourself because someone told you not to, believing it, not even seeing it, not seeing you, the frustration of being denied love, bitterness, rejection, body image games, not knowing if they're rejecting you or your weight, the silence, cast asideness, otherness, polite, indifference, invisible existence, sheer hopelessness of wanting to love yourself as is, despite what others think, but not knowing how to do so. My body is big, round, curvy. Spent forever trying to be that perfect girl, find room for me in this world, but came up short. I realized forever, too long, the cost way too high. And instead of trying to fit in, I created my own box to fit inside. Wasted years on self-hate trying to get them to approve, see me as more than just my size, just this weight. Found acceptance was a long way off. I just want to belong. Lost. Paid the cost of this weight. Pain I inherited walking around on display. Somewhere I discovered my fight. Transformed. Tore down wall after wall till my fingers were sore. Restored my pride. Arriving. Rejoicing in what's on the inside. Hell, letting the inside out. Allowing myself to be bold. Let it go. Hang low. Thinking I'm sexy, having the audacity to show off my belly, back, or both, living in the truth of this body, because this is my life. No more anger, fussing, tearful nights. I refuse to give in. I'm embracing the fight. My body, my body, my body. All right, so the book. I have spent the last few years, I knew I was supposed to write a book, and an idea came to me in 2020 to write a book. And after that, Ironically, every reading I got from here to South Africa, literally, my ancestors were saying, "What's up with the book? Tell her we're waiting on the book. Where is the book?" I'd be like, "Of course they're asking. How do they know in South Africa about this book?" Like, what is going on with my ancestral line? That is always the thing that comes up in a reading is what's up with the book. And so I was writing a book, and I thought that it was this one particular book, and I had this secret nagging at me that I wasn't telling anybody, but I was like, dang, the book I'm writing, I think it's important. I think it'll be impactful. But why is this the book my ancestors are waiting on? I didn't understand that. I wasn't able to like do the math. I just thought it was odd, but I was like, whatever. Maybe they're just like, your voice needs to be in the world, right? I just chalked it up to that. And recently, kind of like as a culmination of everything that's happening and being in this fellowship has really kind of, while all those other aspects are going on for me, make my creative sensors open, right? And thus laying the groundwork for me to actually hear the message in a way that I hadn't heard it before. And I realized that the book that they're waiting on me to write is actually the book about the women in my family. And that part of why I don't believe that things happen to you just to happen to you. And I've really been thinking a lot about genetic memory and that your body, one of the things I learned about genetic memory, I've known about it for years, since I was little, but nobody had ever put it to me quite in this way. And that it's not just the passing down of trauma and things that have happened to the people in your family genetically, but that your mom's body is actually preparing you as a fetus for the environment that she's in, right? And I don't know why that did it for me, but there's something about that context that made me think about like, well, what was happening when my mother at 18 was having me? What was happening in her body? What was happening in her family and her world, right? What were the things that she was thinking about and dealing with that helped to cultivate my consciousness and my body? And so I've been thinking about that. And then I also have been thinking about just different experiences of the women in my family and putting it all together kind of like with my current experiences around health and healing and saying, well, what is my body trying to tell me? And I started to link what the trauma and the challenges that I'm having with my health to my family story, the women in my family in particular, and the traumas and the trials and things that they were dealing with, and thinking about the pain and like, where do you put it? Like, where do you put trauma and where do you put the stuff that you go through, right? Because, especially back then, the world doesn't care. Like, your kids still have to eat, you still have to wake up and go to work, you still have to survive. And so how do you tuck away oppression? How do you tuck away extreme trauma and sexism and racism and all the things, being in the South, all the things that my family had to deal with? What do you do when you are the enslaved or the child of sharecroppers, or my grandmother started picking cotton at 5? What do you do, right? If that's the world that you inherit, what do you do with that pain? Because you still have to live, and that pain has to go somewhere. And what I started to think about was, what if what I'm dealing with in my body is not just my trauma and my pain, but it's the pain of these generations of women that have fed into me? And then what is the magic that I have and the knowing that I have that can help release not only my pain, but theirs? And thus, this book idea came to me. All right, so my second piece. I was she, thick but called fat, fiery, sassy, naughty, passionate about life. I was every bit of Aries girl you can imagine, coloring outside the lines, using bright colors to tell my story. After all, people are drawn to me when I wear them. I was she, body shamed from the gate. Can't remember a time I was celebrated. Curves need to be corrected. Size slimmed down. Your full self isn't welcomed here. Tuck her away neatly. In this place, big is not sexy. There is no room for all of you here in your room, house, family, school, city, region. But more than that, you can't fit in our minds. I was she, big girl with an even bigger spirit. One of my closest friends said, your body must be big. It's the only thing keeping you on the ground. Triple fire sign, bold and body wild. I was born with an unquestionable thirst for life. Feet not interested in planting, always moving about. There's an eagerness between my legs, a mountain of fire yearning to be quenched for him and them, volcanic eruptions waiting to explode. I was she, salacious, oozing, yes, pores, sensual and open, drizzling like the wettest I've ever been, waiting for something to happen, waiting to explore, waiting to be touched, tasted, tempted, turned on, waiting to be awakened, stimulated, satiated, waiting for more. One of the things when I think about like my inspiration, it's my body, but it's always been this complicated story. I think one of the things that happens for big women, especially big Black women in this society, is that we get mammified, right? And so there is a way that we're seen as nurturers or the help or often even invisible, right? But what happens when you are a siren, right? What happens when you are fully aware of all the pieces and parts of you and that you're complex, you're a three-dimensional being, right? Because often how we're seen, people see you in ways that are okay for their eyes, right? People see you in ways that's easy for them to process and not in ways that are actually about your truth. And so my body has often been a huge inspiration for my work. So that is kind of this big piece that has been a part of this book. Also, my family. When I think about my family, I practice a African spiritual system called Ifa, and we say that you're healing your body. I mean, you're healing your family 7 generations back and 7 generations forward, right? And so, what I am also extremely conscious of, in a way that my mother and grandmother and great great grandmother and them didn't have access to, is that the work I do today is not just for me. It is definitely for the women in my family, right? That there is liberation, and when I liberate myself, I liberate them, even in the ancestral realm. The diseases that I have, so I have, my primary disease is called lipedema. It is a loose connective tissue disorder. It is a chronic debilitating disorder. It's degenerative, and over time my mobility has gotten worse and worse and worse. Lipedema impacts primarily women, and it's little known, but it's not rare. It impacts about 11% of women throughout the world, and it's primarily shows up in the female line. So usually women with lipedema, multiple women in the family have it. What I know today is that my mother had lipedema, and that when I tracked my family, a lot of other women had it, have it, even though they didn't have language for it at the time. And so in me figuring out, trying to figure out how to heal myself, I started to understand that it was very important for me to think about, like, whose sorrow am I holding? Whose wounds am I holding? Are they just mine? Where do my wounds start and my mom's stop? In this process, it has been lipedema comes on primarily during big hormonal shifts. So during puberty, when you're pregnant, when you're perimenopausal. And so when I started to track my life to figure out what made this happen, I thought it was really key that I started my period when I was 10, and my mother got diagnosed with stomach cancer and was given 6 months to live when I was 10 at that same time. So that's a major convergence that happened, right? Also, a huge convergence that happened. There are a couple of other ones, but the other one I'll share is when my mother was pregnant with me, and I was her first child. She was 18 when she had me, and my uncle hit her in the stomach. Now, whether he was playing or not, he socked her in her stomach. And I had this interaction with him recently because I was trying to figure out how far along she was. And he was like, "Why? You think she felt it?" Or he was like, "You think you felt it?" And I was like, "Yes." He was like, "Girl," my uncle thinks I'm ridiculous. He was like, "Girl, you didn't feel that." And I was like, "Jimmy, you know, if a woman is pregnant and you put your hand on her stomach and the baby kicks, you could feel it." And he's like, "Yes." And I'm like, the same is true the other way. So in our conversation, I realized that my mother was 6 to 8 months pregnant. So I was like, well, what is happening in the body at between 6 and 8 months of development? And what I found out is that that's when adipose tissue, fat, starts to develop under the skin. So you have this moment of extreme trauma happening to me when I'm in utero. At the same time, fat cells are developing under the skin, right? So another time, the probably the first real meeting of my mother's trauma and my trauma at the same time. And so the more I started to think about that and work through it with my therapist and try to meditate and pray and figure it out on my own, I started to realize that there was no healing of me without healing the women in my family. There was no healing of me without telling their story. And that my ultimate goal is to heal my body. And that writing this book it's freedom on so many levels. But the biggest thing being that I will be able to release so much of the pain that is stored inside of me without my consciousness, and that my ancestors have been holding on. That I'll be able to cry and let them cry too. In the water. In the water, there is life there, freedom floating my body through space like remnants of the real me, pieced together reminders that I wasn't always shattered, wasn't always this version of myself, nothingness, dry mouth hiding drunk emotions, moonlighting as human, a fraction of who I used to be, fragile moments of magic fictitiously facading as okay, well, normal, all right. In the water, there is ease, places where rough edges are softened, once broken bones break back into motion. Lubrication doesn't just surge through joints, it moves me along my day, beyond barriers bed, down hallways of hope and possibility, through meandering streets of activity, weighted appendages swollen with grief. Weighted appendages swollen with grief seem to be expanding faster than time can count for. My frame is shape-shifting, eagerly morphing like a glimmer of the moon, shimmering with signs of euphoria, passion, fun, all things lived and not wanting. In the water, I can do anything I want. My energy is illimited by form and function, not riddled with pain or subjected to the frailty of injury. Instead, my legs drift down walkways of wetness, flooded by tears of elation, not bound by illnesses without cures or ailments doctors aren't interested in. From the moment I get in, I am baptized. The excitement, newness, near, next, won't harbor burdens of land, memories, or regret, wasting away in a wasteland of shame. I'm supported, submerged in a dream world without harm. Problems I can't solve, drenched in days of trouble and sorrows, the liquid of my limbs finds home and familiarity, spaces where nothing is out of place, everything is saturated. In the water, I'm authentic. My future self incarnate, the warrior's will, a dancer embodied, deep fantasies, needs, desires, no friction or hurt, losing myself, drowning in a sewer of despair, waiting to be better, waiting for tomorrow. I can come, go, be as I please, glide through the world, an eager heart yearning, traveling about, taking days by storm, sprinkled with love, soaking up sun and smiles, all the alchemy I've longed for. There's nourishment there. It's refreshing there. No more feeding on stored joy and emptiness. I want to get whisked away on puddles of bliss, comforted by mobile pools of happiness. Be myself, be free, lovely, lively, loose in the water. So the story. So the book is going to focus on, it's going to be a memoir, and it's going to focus on my point of view. What I'm going to do is do interviews with women in my family about, it's going to focus on 6 generations. So me, my mother, my grandmother, my great grandmother, my great great grandmother. And I know that my great great grandmother was enslaved as a child. And then my grandmother and my great grandmother were sharecroppers. And so, and then my grandmother came west to find work because she didn't want to work in the fields, right? So, and that's kind of like my story and kind of the things that went along in that. And then also doing interviews with my nieces to see who I believe several of my nieces have lipedema too. And so just to see like how they are being impacted by the story, what parts of their story, even without knowing, are showing up. And I want to do it in a way where we're kind of having a conversation with one another. Like I said, the book is going to be a creative nonfiction. It's going to be a memoir. And what I love to do is combine storytelling with poetry and essays. It's going to take place in California, but also in Arkansas and Louisiana, which is where my family is primarily from. It's going to cover the 6 generations on my mother's line, right? And I'm doing this because I really believe that in order for me to free myself, I have to free them. That there's too many pieces of truth that if I really look back, I can see replicated, even without being conscious of it. And finally, I'm going to do interviews. And I think I'm going to, because this came to me and the way that it came to me, I think it's going to be important to involve spirit and to allow spiritual readings and things to pour into, like to be an element that I use to get information for the book. All right, so my last poem is called Bondage. And this is the one I want to give some kind of context. One of the things that I wanted to share with this poem is that the issues that exist in my family, and probably everybody's family, right? But in particular with my family, what I wanted to share is that they don't just exist, right? There's a way that my family has always had issues with alcohol, drugs, and food in some form or fashion. And when I think about it, that has a context, right? Pain has a context. Trauma has a context. And so I wanted to kind of name what created those histories, because it's, you know, it might feel like, oh, my family is a trip, right? I think everybody has those kinds of feelings. Like, oh, my family, in some kind of way. But it's not true that it's just that. It's like, what are the hurts and the things, the stories, the things swept under the rug, the secrets that aren't told? What are those things that we have to eat to be able to move forward that actually then grow in us and become sickness, that become unhealthiness or toxic behaviors or whatever? Bondage. Get set, ready now, jump right in, bounce and kick and giggle and spin. Listen to the rope when it hits the ground. Listen to that clappity slappity sound. I was born in bondage, into a family ruled by alcohol, drugs, and food, where the desire to be different occupied everyone's mind, creating generations of pain. As a child, I was lied to, made to feel inadequate, like my lack of self-control was an issue, when actually the problem was misuse. The fact that I come from a people who turned distress into abuse, a clan of zombies in human form, sickened by circumstance, because real talk ain't shit easy about being poor, being a little Black girl or boy. Nothing easy about being bogged down with family secrets, especially when your tongue wants to tell the truth. Having Southern expectations conflict with California freedom. There's never been anything easy about striving to be better, being a single mother, sacrificing for your children, swallowing pain and sexism at the same time, cleaning other people's houses, ironing their clothes, doing whatever it takes if it helps your babies eat at night. So we look for ways to cope, not out on dope, food, and booze in hopes that we become numb. Jump right up when it tells you to. Come back down, whatever you do. Count to 100, count by 10. Start to count all over again. Being fat wasn't the issue. Weight is a symptom. My whole family suffers from addiction. The question is, which vice helps us walk the best? Mask our hurt, smile when we want to cry, laugh when we'd rather die, deal with the pungent taste of life so we can get through the next day, week, month, year, hell, so we can get through the night. Truth is, my people have been heavy for years, long before tears touched flesh or sugar penetrated these lips. I come from track stars running fast and hard, trying to get monkeys off backs, but never breaking free. We are Arkansas skeletons nestled in neglect, racism preying on sharecroppers, slaves giving birth to sadness, women walking with wounded hearts. We are the silence behind closed doors. So many violations, people stop counting. The sickness, the psychological abuse. We raise our daughters, love our sons, mothers, treating girls like old beat up shoes, and boys who are loved most of all, but never grow into men. We are grown-ups imprisoned by childhood traumas, women who never feel pretty enough, closets filled with disappointment, where being female is synonymous with strength because we can't afford tears, can't cry for fear that our entire worlds might break. A bloodline cursed by genetic memory, cycle so deep we pass it to our children without knowing, living, breathing post-traumatic slave syndrome. We breathe it over and over again till it's surging through our veins like heroin, wrapped around our necks like nooses, roping us off from us because we all too much, been through too much, and it has never been enough. I followed suit, only I've spent a lifetime being ridiculed, persecuted, not because I'm different, because my body tells the truth. When I walk into the room, you can see my family's afflictions fastened to my fat, and well, you know how Black folks get down. We don't like to air our dirty laundry in public like that. So they nag me, talk about me, ostracize me, hound me to lose weight so our brokenness can go unnoticed. Because even though we are carrying tiny pieces of agony inside us, internalized pain we can't let go, we mustn't ever show it. Get set, ready now, jump right in, bounce and kick and giggle and spin. Listen to the rope when it hits the ground. Listen to that clappity slappity sound. I am a survivor, enslaved, bound, wrists bound, mouth gagged, bound, damaged goods bound, ropes of trauma surround me. My body imprinted with war scars, stretch marks tell the tale of each failed diet or lifestyle change. I am bruised, tied to a script playing the role of fat girl. Though when I look back at old pictures of myself, I realize that the body that I used to have is that of a thick girl, although everyone called me fat. I've been trapped in this reflection so long, I wouldn't know how to go on without it. Who would I be? People say that I should lose weight, but honestly, I can't envision myself skinny. So at 37, after years of living in resistance, refusing to exist in the mental prison I've inherited, trying to interrupt past cycles, trying not to give in to diets, food management, extreme exercise regimes, constantly watching what I eat, watching what my weight, thinking, drowning in thoughts of how to get smaller, recognizing my triggers, understanding how food became my crutch, trying not to lose myself in the rabbit hole of I'm so fat, I'm not beautiful. Who's going to love me? I'm embarrassed to be this way. God, why did I have to be fat? I tried to abandon everything I had ever known about losing or gaining weight, that I chase freedom instead. but I've allowed myself to become bigger, so intent on not being trapped by my weight that I weigh more than ever. In fact, if my life were a 12-step program, they'd say I hit my bottom, but as it relates to weight, I've really hit my top. Jump right up when it tells you to, come back down, whatever you do. Count to 100, count by 10, start to count all over again. Today, I'm different. And while I still have broken pieces inside me, I'm whole, bigger than ever, but my goal is to be healthy, love my body the way I've learned to love myself. So this poem, this whole piece is for my little girl, 6, 16, and 26-year-old Kairishi. May these words release her from bondage, help her heal, let her know that she is fine, a link in a long chain of sadness. But at 49, although she's bigger than ever, she's also never been happier. These words are my life, and though heavy, they're about so much more than weight. These words are for people who've had issues with my weight, who see in me their own heaviness, discomfort, shame, their dissatisfaction with self. For those people who confuse me with their own self-hate. I mean, let's face it, fat or not, how many of us really love our bodies? These words are for my family. We don't have to be broken spirits, painted worthless, filled with doubt, self-loathing, colored by body issues, low self-esteem, walking around clinging to drugs, alcohol, and food, feeling twice as heavy because we're carrying around everybody else's stuff as well as our own. Freedom is right here, ours for the taking. If we choose it, it could be enough. We are ropes beating against the ground, strings searching for a good song, schoolgirls seeking acceptance, jumping through hoops to find ourselves. I choose Kairishi as is. This is my freedom, my letting go, breaking free of cycles, putting down the ropes. That's what jumping is all about. Get set, ready, now jump right out. Thank you. One of the things I really wanted to highlight is lipedema. Lipedema is resistant to diet, exercise, so lifestyle, and bariatric surgery. And there's an assumption that all fat is the same kind of fat. And there's an assumption, I feel like fat is one of the, size oppression is like one of the last acceptable forms of oppression. And often what people do is they use medicine, the medical system to use it to oppress fat folks, right? And so they'll say, I'm worried about your health. But they're not worried about all of my health. They're not worried about my dental health, right? Like they don't want to know how many cavities I have. And they're really worried about me being fat. And part of what happens is that you get blamed when you're the fat child, when you're the fat person. It's uncomfortable to see fat people. And there's a way where people are like, I don't want to have to deal with you. Why are you making me have to deal with you? And because of that, I didn't find out that I had lipedema until I was 47 years old. And this is a condition I've had almost all of my life. And so every time I'd gone to the doctor, they just said, you need to lose weight. You need to lose weight. Nobody ever even told me. I had never even heard the term lipedema until I was like 46. And really, I found out mostly because of my own research and saying something is going on in my body. And I think like, if that is the case for me, and I know my mother had similar issues, although unfortunately she passed away before ever knowing, without the liberation of knowing that that's what she was suffering from. And I think about like, comparatively, what are all the other issues that people made the women in my family just sweep under the rug and deal with, swallow so that they could go on. And so, yeah, this book, I think it's already been a big journey, and I think it's going to be an even deeper journey. And I'm looking forward to seeing what magic is not just created in what I put out in the world, but how that creates magic in myself and the healing that will come. I really want to say thank you to DSS. I think this is a phenomenal program, and there's so many layers, and I'm really thankful to the Empress for inviting me to be a part of the Evoke cohort and pulling me in to Roxy and Bliss and the whole team, all of the energy to my cohort members. There are several relationships that I've been able to develop during this time that I know that I will take with me throughout my life. And I just really appreciate y'all helping to sharpen my iron and get me back to sitting with creativity. And that's it.
Harishi, you are bold and brave and beautiful.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for sharing that with us.
Thank you.
Your intuitive connection with your ancestors is so inspiring for me. I feel a disconnect in that area personally, and it's something I've always been seeking. And just to hear your like fluid understanding of your ancestors and that connection, it's beautiful, and it opens my mind to a deeper understanding of the world that we live in.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, everybody.
I wanted to tell you that I have two kittens. They're 6 days apart. We talked about the cats. And we talked about the cats. We're both cat people. And Tao Tao, she's the big poofy black one. She came in as you were reading your poetry, and I picked her up, and every single time you got to the point where you were reading the poetry, she would just burst into purrs. She just purring real big, and she's the thick girl. She's the thicker one of the two. The other one's like kind of tomboy, slender, little funny bubby. But yeah, it was so cool. I was like, oh, she's like, this is my sister. It was so funny. He loved it. I loved it too. I was just like, I love the way that you have like continually like deepened into your curiosity and like landed in this place where you're helping, bring forward these patterns that are so present for everyone. Like looking at our like ancestral lineage healing as a part of the healing of our bodies and our mind, and like we're processing trauma so much bigger and older than ours, and like what a gift to get to like do that work and make it visible for other people who are maybe like not seeing that opportunity. You are such an inspiration to me, and I am so grateful for you, and like so grateful for this. Like, thank you, D Empress, for bringing us together. Can't wait to see what continues to come by being community together. But I'm so grateful, and I can't wait to see this book in the world and poetry.
Thank you. Can't wait to come back and share it when it's done.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. And thank you, Timmy. You're a great synthesizer of deep listener. It's a beautiful thing. Okay, I get to introduce one of my like dearest, oldest friends in this space, and someone that I admire so much and I love so much. Justina Salnikova. Justina was a part of cohort 1, and Justina and I have known each other from like building festivals and like doing art sustainability stuff for like, I don't know, a better part of, somewhere between 5 and 10 years, probably closer to the 10-year mark at this point. And it's just been such an inspiration to watch you do this work, embody this work, like go out, get curious, like create at scale. It's amazing. And like you have been seeking to answer this question for as long as I've known you. Like, what if we adored our waste? And so today, in the spirit, like in that like spirit, you're gonna bring the session holding space for our waste, a walking prayer. So we get to have Justina share an artist talk with us, where she will share her story about how sitting with the unknown and the discarded has shaped her life and art. She will also share some examples about how she's brought this practice into public art that focuses on social and environmental justice narratives and rewilding and reanimating our world. Maya, who I think I know because of you from Planet Home, and Mayo's also part of cohort 3, shared in that workshop that we had at my like creative loft a long time ago, that like beautiful poem, like apologizing to plastic. Like, I can't believe that we have, like treated you in this way to, you could have, you help people have new body parts, you like help planes exist, but we had decided to like, make it single use. And it was just like this. I never found a place that I was adoring even this material, because I had just learned to just have such distaste for it, And I was reminded of that just then, like looking at your description of what you're going to be sharing about the discarded, like, and going back to the very beginning of the day, I don't know if you were here when Alexa shared the poem, but she was talking about like how important it is to, like, at every step of the way, like not other, like even if it's like the most violent and aggressive and something that just seems like, oh, you are the epitome of what I don't want to be close to or believe in, but like even that, like it's continuing to perpetuate more divisiveness. And like, so the discarded can look like so many things, but there is like, when we're standing for the voiceless, when we're standing for the edges, when we're standing for the margins, we're also standing for the things that like are waste. And that question that you posed in the Planet Home exhibition, it's like always with me, it's like there is no away, what is away? There is no away. It's always here. So anyways, I am so excited that we get to have you do an artist talk, and I'm going to stop talking so you can talk. Welcome. Thank you. Yay.
Oh, thank you, Roxy. That's so sweet. And yeah, just it's so good to be here. It's so good to see how the studio has evolved over the years and to be a part of it again. And yeah, I'm just so grateful. And thanks for all the humans tending to the space. And thanks for giving me some time to share about my process. So yeah, my name's Justina. I have had the honor, the privilege, and the hilarious journey of creating a career out of playing with trash. And I was inspired. Well, I guess to start with a little back context. I live rurally, and we had a major storm earlier this year, and that kind of made it harder for me to participate fully in this. And also, if my internet glitches, it's because that's what's happening. But yeah. And another context of I've been starting this project in like the vein of adoring your waste. I've been in the process of living on an intergenerational homestead. So I'm living with my parents and my grandparents as of last August, and really, really in that journey right now. So that's been really occupying a lot of my time. So my project for DSS there was no project for me, or I didn't have the capacity to create a project. So I am just here to share my life as a project and what I've been holding and praying with and playing with through this year and the past 8 years. I've been doing public art professionally since 2018 and like large scale art since 2016. I'm going to start a slideshow in a little bit, and it's going to kind of show some of my work as I do this talk. And yeah, it is been quite a journey. And I guess to start with a little bit more context, me and my family came to the United States when I was 3. I was an immigrant from Kazakhstan, a former part of the Soviet Union. So for me, I always felt a really deep connection with the other, or feeling other, just because of cultural context and not really understanding where I belong, in what country and what state. And like, even, like I'm white, but I'm also felt a little bit of otherness in terms of like always kind of having to explain my name, my culture, and everything else. So yeah, I think that's where this all started, but this really crystallized for me. I ended up somehow, I don't know how they let me in, but ended up going to school at UC Berkeley, and I got a degree in environmental science, policy, and management, as well as sustainable environmental design. And I was the first graduating class of the sustainable environmental design program. And through that, I really got like deep understanding of a lot of like the problems. This is where I was introduced to design science, where I was introduced to Buckminster Fuller's work and a bunch of other things. And yeah, I think a lot of people have said this, but through that, like I found like we have all the solutions to save the world, but like, or to change our paradigm, change and shift, but where is the inspiration? And I also felt like so bogged down in theory. And even like I was a deep activist, like I was deep in the divestment movement. I was in like helping with BLM as much as I could. Like I was a deep activist and organizing in the Bay Area for many years as well. And I just felt like disillusioned with solutioning in a way. And like I think there's a place and like they're really beautiful, but for me it just didn't feel aligned. I felt really disembodied after being so entrenched in theory, and I didn't know how to deal with it. Like I didn't know what to do. And I also saw such a disconnect between like things that were getting designed and then the actual build and who was actually doing it, and the like the labor force or like whatever, who was making the dreams happen wasn't what there was no like connection. I saw a lot of the problems in sustainability there. So I threw myself into the build world and I started like, oh, pursue a policy job or do whatever, all the things that I thought I would do with my degrees. And I joined the circus and went into the festival realm and started building with trash. And that led me on a really beautiful journey. And I think it was really that prayer of like, how do I really sit with the trouble? How do I sit with what is on a table, like that all the stuff that all the people cast away, like whether that's social justice issues, environmental issues, even our personal issues, my relationship with myself, all of the things that I had to heal, like how do I sit with that? And for me, that crystallized into my practice and my art practice. And yeah, I think at this point I'm going to share my screen and show you that while I talk about this practice. And I just want to say that while the way that this, like, it's a slideshow, that the way it's going to work is it will just be showing there we go, the trash, and then it'll show the final product. So well, that's kind of the flow of the presentation. And let me get it playing. Okay. Cool. Thing to be able to meals to really transform our waste into treasure. And I think that like I could tell you all the reasons plastic is bad and all the waste issues, but I don't think that's what I'm here for today. For me, that what's really revealed
Your audio is cutting out there just a little bit. When you come back, you just back up a little.
transform.
Justina, you just because the service is a little bit choppy, maybe just turn off your video while your presentation's up. It might like help the bandwidth. I want to see your face, but I just also want your words to come through. So maybe try that. Let's see if it works better.
Yeah, I know. I had a feeling that might happen. So does that better?
Yeah, you're clear and consistent.
Yeah. Okay, good. Okay. Okay, great. So where was I? Oh, okay. So I think I was at a place where I believe like something that I found a connection is like the physical and the mental are so connected. And as we're trying to like transform our global problems in like the big sense, how do we do that in our everyday? And for me, that was really like looking at the trash, the footprint I made, to look at my life and see how I can transform it in the now, little by little, and presence that transformation into everything I do, and really like get down and dirty with it. Like this of me covered in plastic, covered in waste, and that's been such a like that has revealed such a interesting thing. Like Roxy was mentioning earlier, like I have fallen in love with material in ways that I didn't know was possible, because what I've realized is that every material has such a deep story. You know, even a piece of like a plastic bag, that is like our ancestors. Those are the like dinosaurs transformed, like pulled out of the earth, like gone through this crazy chemical process, and then like pulled out as plastic, and we use it once and then we throw it away. And if we do that to something as deep as like something that's been deep in the earth for so long, how do we treat each other and ourselves? You know, how do we treat ourselves in the now? If we can just throw something away that like took so much effort to make so flippantly, like how do we treat ourselves? And we could see that in a lot of our like the social issues we see in the world. Like there's so many people that we consider disposable, and that for me was like, wow, okay, so if I'm just here sitting with this plastic, sitting, and like what I learned is while sitting with this plastic, while like tending to it, loving it, really transforming it and giving it new life, I was able to really also sit with my inner wounds, sit with these big questions that I had for the world, and feel into that and be able to like make something beautiful that I could share with the world. Because another thing for me is that through this process, it's a process of reanimation, reanimating our world. And what I mean by that is really bringing every object to life. Like for me, I believe the whole world is alive. I think that like every little bit, you know, whether it's the cushion you're sitting on, the chair, or the plastic bag, or you know, just like our food has a story, so does all of our material. And how do we become present with that? How do we be in that process? And how do we create joy out of that process? How do we create like pleasure? And also, how do we really presence the pain and feel through that? Because yeah, I mean, this is not an easy process by any means. Like this is us and many humans. Like a lot of these projects, we have huge crews, we have a lot of people helping us. We build, me and my partner, this is why I'm saying a lot of these projects have been in collaboration with my partner in life and love and in art, Jolting Stocktail. But we build that way so we can create this community process of like catharsis, of like really reshaping everything. And how do we just sit together in the unknown and listen to the material, listen to the discard, then can inspire our world. And also to us. So a lot of our work is has an environmental story behind it, or a story of place. Like we usually do native creatures to the specific place that we are at, from material from that place. So everything is local, and it's everything is has a very deep connection with the environment, and then also speaks to the localized issue. Often we do need like species that have been extinct or endangered. So in that way, we can also help people remember their ancestors and help remember their animal relatives that are all around, like around them, and help the ecosystem that they are in thrive. So yeah, so these are some of the examples of the work of how this has come to be, and a lot of our sculptures have ended up being really big educational beacons, which has been really beautiful and have inspired everything from workshops to classes to talks. And but for us, it's really like sitting with that space of unknown and listening to material and working with this creation, the story. Oh, sorry, I broke it. So I think for me, that's my biggest lesson, and how I've been holding space for waste. And I am learning other ways of doing that through my life, whether that's like I've been learning how to compost and about soil and how to really be with that. But I think that's the biggest lesson for me, is just how to continuously be present in the physical realm to then transmute the other piece. Because I don't know, I've been at a loss all of these problems, and this has been my response, is to just create art and sit with that grief and that joy in the making. And yeah, I think that's all I have to share. And I'll let this slideshow play through and maybe talk about it a little bit as we go. But yeah, a lot of this is, you see, is we often work with like the construction sites or buildings, building projects that have been that are like part of the project, that whoever's commissioning us, and transform those objects into native species. And like, for example, these quails have were a collaboration with the Pomo people. This is in what is called Rohnert Park, and it's on Pomo land. And so oftentimes we'll also take inspiration from indigenous stories of that place and create from those inspirations. And that's something we've been really like figuring out in our work and holding space for, is how do we as artists like really tell the story of place in a way that is honoring not just our story and our interpretation of it, but the community story of that, and the indigenous history. So that's something that I've been really sitting with, and we've had some collaborations through the past few years that have been able to embody that. But we're still really deeply in that question. And the other thing that we're really holding space for is yeah, learning how to incorporate community. So a lot of our projects are also the end concept is community led. So we will often like put out polls to the community and figure out how what animal, what species, what one particular community, what stories need to be transmuted, what stories need to be composted, and these sculptures are a response of that. So yeah, I'm gonna let this play through. I think I changed the timing and it's going.
This work is so awesome. Some of these are big.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, we build big often, most often. Been building a little smaller since the whale, but yeah.
I love the way that you're working from a respect for the plastic, which you started with. It's really refreshing to respect where the plastic comes from and what it really is. And we need to start by using it different.
Yeah, I think that's been our biggest lesson. Yeah, and I mean, like, I think we all know that like recycling's a sham, and it was a campaign created by the waste or the fossil fuel companies, and it doesn't actually really happen. Only 9% of plastic ever created has been recycled. And maybe that number has changed now, but I think it's probably lower. And it is like our waste system is so broken. And I think that's like, I don't know, our waste system physically, like with our physical trash is broken. And then the way we deal with our like emotional trash is also needs some healing. So I think there's so much connection to it. Like, what if everyone just what if we stopped making all these new things and just started cleaning up? And like, what beauty can we make? What like problems can we solve from just doing that? Like, if I always think about like if everybody just focused on healing the soil, for example, like so much would change. And if we just focused on transforming our trash, like so much would change. And I don't think it would just be physical. Like I feel like there would be so much emotional transformation there. And I think that's like, for me, that's been the only thing that makes sense. But I mean, I think there's so many other beautiful ways to do that. I think that it's not just like you have to make trash sculpture. It's mostly like do whatever that means for you. Like, how do you transform your waste for yourself, whether that's spiritual, emotional, like what Kairishi just shared, like ancestral. Like, if you can transform that and be also accept it and love it up and like just bless it up, then you can really go. Yeah, I think that's where our new world will be born. Like, that's really a big transformation of consciousness for me.
Definitely. When people at large are able to see that the plastic is ancient and beautiful, we'll use it different. And in the same way, when we can see that even our turmoil and our emotional trash, that it's ancient and it's beautiful and it's complex, when we see it that way, in the same way, we will use it different, we'll approach it different. And that's going to make a big difference. I think that's all coming. It's the transitions that are happening in the world, just like that. They all mirror each other and they're all coming at the same time. And it's so exciting to be alive at this time and seeing humans finally starting to wake up and look around and see the truth of the world we're living in. Well, thank you so much for that.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you all for witnessing. Sorry about the technical glitches.
It's great.
Internet will be good one day, hopefully.
We got Harlan coming up next. I'm super excited about that. Harlan is a total futurist and designing incredible cities and potentials for humanity. And please take it away.
Oh, that's it? That's my whole introduction? Take it away. Anyway, behind schedule. So I've invited a bunch of people to be on a panel with me for this New Earth Visioning, and they've all been texting me saying, okay, send me the link, but they haven't shown up. But we got Dennis here, and so
I'm here.
Yeah, no.
Okay.
Oh, it's Oscar? Oh, he
Hello.
showed. Good. So we got Oscar and Dennis. And then this other friend who's not in the DSS may show up, amazing friend named Steven, but that's okay. We're gonna have a great time here. I'm sitting in front of this, very crude digital rendering of this concept I've been working on for many, many years called the 12 Spiral City. And what I've been doing though is besides, talking about my work specifically, I love to just share my general ideas of what the new Earth that we could create is. And I'm going to go into more specifically this 12 Spiral City as my new Earth vision and some of my influences, and then let these other guys talk about their ways of what they see. But this is really what I'm about to do here today, is just talk about a way that we could radically a different way of inhabiting the Earth and building with the Earth. So let's just jump
And
into.
if I could just jump in for 1 second,
please.
Harlan, as you launch into your grandeur, don't you worry about time. There's the effort, up in the ether, it is floating. We'll shave a bit here, we'll shave a bit there, but certainly don't rush yourself, dear. And I'm sure everyone is going to have so many
Yeah, we have plenty of time scheduled, and I know we're a little behind, so thank you on that.
Yeah, but don't worry about it. Don't let that affect your presentation.
Okay, so can you
You have 25 minutes. Use it.
Yeah, you
Go.
got it. So hopefully I'm off to the side now, and we have our incredible inspiration and mentor. You can all see Buckminster Fuller with one of his most famous quotes. Is that correct? Is the screen sharing working? Yes?
Shall I read it out?
You never change things.
Oh, you do it.
Good. You never, of course, we all know this one, but it was by his most famous quote. You never change things by fighting the existing reality. To change something, build a new model that makes the existing model obsolete. So I'm going to talk about the concept of a new model of, instead of our current paradigm, which we probably all know so well, of how we developed land, either in suburban sprawls by making these tract homes where everyone gets their own little nice house, and then you drive to the local mall where there's your Walmart and your Starbucks and your McDonald's or whatever. We don't need to talk about it the way that things are happening, because it's happening. We see it all the time. Or in more urban situations, building a nice skyscraper, like a tall building that's still completely separated from the rest of the city. And I lived in New York City most of my life, and New York City is one of the most densely urban U.S. cities. Of course, most of the land in New York City is given over to streets, cars, and parking. It's a smaller fraction that's actually built on for buildings. And so, the idea is by removing, all of this space that we have to use for cars and making, we're going to dive right in. I moved to New York City way back when I was 20, 21 years old, and I went to this show in a gallery down in Soho of Paolo Solari. And there were these scroll drawings wrapping around the entire gallery of drawings such as this that you see here, of this concept that he developed all through the 1960s called arcology, architecture and ecology integrated into a 3D megastructure city. And, this is just a fantastical drawing. It's obviously not very explicit. You could see some trees, you see a giant 3D structure. And even in his book that he wrote and published in 1969 on MIT Press called Arcology, the City in the Image of Man, on the cover of it is a cross section through one of these, fantastical, visionary, three-dimensional megastructure arcologies. And throughout the first half of the book is the upper portion you see, he drew a bunch of flow diagrams where he was thinking about all of the stuff that is involved in how we inhabit the earth. And then in the second half of the book was page after page of these huge cities that were thousands of feet high and maybe a mile or two across. And if you look at this drawing here, you'll notice that there's an Empire State Building along the side, giving a sense of scale. And this Empire State Building is approximately a little over 1,000 feet high. And so you see there's a city that's spanning a river canyon and just all of these ideas. But the thing with Paolo Solari is, besides him starting to build Arco Santi, which is an urban laboratory in the middle of Arizona, that is an approximation of what he was trying to build, but it really isn't, because a city is thousands or tens of thousands of people. Well, anyway, this inspired me to enroll in Parsons School of Design to study environmental design. And so I started to look and see other projects that related to what Paolo was proposing. And here we see Anne Griswold Ting's for a concept called the urban spiral hierarchy, which a bunch of all the roads are spiraling and stacked up in these levels, and then all of the houses are built on the levels. And of course, you see this is just a little crude model with little blocks for the buildings, but it shows this fantastical spiraling hierarchy to build a city. More recently, I learned about, but this was from 1970, Wolf Hilbert's this Utopia Ampere, another spiraling structure that's rising up out of the ocean. And what he proposed was to actually put structures in the water that would then allow coral to accrete on it, and that the structure would grow using natural coral to build it. And here we see Glenn Small's vertical city or the biomorphic biosphere megastructure, just another fantastical three-dimensional structure that's completely filled with plants and very ecological. And he even proposed in this concept that this city grows over time. So it's not just a static structure, but as the population increases, it would grow bigger. If the population decreased, the thing could actually shrink. And this, we're going to jump all the way to contemporary times with this incredible architect, Vincent Calabut, who proposed building these bridges in Mosul, Iraq, after they were all destroyed throughout the wars there. And these are built in modules by flying aerial 3D drones that would be printing each of these little cubicle arch modules. But as you see, the entire structure ends up being a very organic, three-dimensional, and you see the trees covering it, the water flowing through it. So it's visions like these that I hold in mind as how we could start to build future cities. I also came across this concept by the author John Michel in a book called The Dimensions of Paradise. And of course, this is a really complicated drawing that shows how it generates this final drawing, which I reduce here to see that this drawing is 12 circles around a central circle. He's added some other geometry in the middle of it, but the general concept of these 12 circles. So here is a model that I built back when I did a presentation on this in 2008. Now, mind you, I read that book and I studied all this stuff back in the 80s. So I was thinking about this for years, and I never really took the time to write about it or build models until 2008 when I presented in San Francisco at the it was a EcoCity Summit. I've been part of this urban ecology that was hosting EcoCity conferences. And so here is a view of the model from the side. Now, this is just 6 levels spiraling up. It doesn't have any of the buildings on it. But in the lower left, you see the concept that the buildings can be human scale buildings, and then it leaves a huge airspace between each level of the ramp to allow for gardens on the rooftops of the buildings, plus gardens along the 3 streets, an outer street, a central street, and an inner street on each of these ramps. And then where the ramps all come together, here's a view of this very digital, drawing, which I'm looking to upgrade with AI to make it look much more organic, which you'll see in a moment. But where the spirals intersect are these towers. The towers are like the community areas where you have your retail public spaces, and then the residential spaces are out along these spiraling ramps. So you can see this is just 1 level, and there's 2 and 3 levels in the background until ultimately 12 levels, which would make the whole structure 1,728 feet high, or 12 times 12 times 12, 12 cubed. So bringing in these numbers, and even the dimensions of the diameter of each of these spirals is 2,160 feet. And, there's John Michel goes into detail explaining why feet and miles and inches actually have a profound harmonic relationship to nature, and where the kilometer and metric system is actually divorced from it. So using dimensions in feet actually has a very profound relationship. We can't go into detail on it, but there's reasons for it, and it actually makes sense when you study it. Here's a ground view looking up at this huge city. Now, this is an AI-generated image of homes that are integrated like tree-like homes. This is what I see actually being built along these streets. So instead of these horrible, little cubes that I, have to represent the scale of 4-story high buildings, it would be all organic, and everyone could choose their different styles on their building plots. And of course, the city grows upward over time. It's not just all 12 spirals, boom, built. It starts spiral by spiral. So here are some more AI images, and we end with this nice AI image that is actually more more along the lines of what I think would be practical, rather than going in and starting to build this mega structure, 12 spiraling city that may be good in a space that is just wide open and you have resources to build it. But we can go into more inaccessible terrain and start to terrace it and build, into places where you normally wouldn't be able to inhabit in ways very similar to the 12 spiral city, but without having to build a megastructure, but just by terraforming the land. So this is a big glimpse into my visions of what the new Earth and what I would like to see how we can start building is. So I'm going to end the screen share and allow my other people on the panel to jump in and start to talk about how they see they could build and create, and then we can have like a little open discussion. So thanks.
Ooh, wow, Harlan, amazing. Can we? I hope I want to see gallery view so I can see like people giving Harlan snaps. Yeah, snaps for Harlan. So thanks for inviting Harlan. And I like this frame that you've provided of New Earth visioning, right? So you're like, you're sort of saying, what's your vision, right? And you've offered us a vision which is dazzling, by the way, and the depth and the detail and how long you've clearly invested. It's a glorious thing to hear. And it's interesting because it slightly echoes a vision that I was hoping to offer, but they're related. They're not the same. But there's a geometry I think you're going to appreciate. And interestingly, of course, I've come with that geometry behind me, right? You're already thinking in spirals. Well, here's another one, right? But this is more of a sort of biomimetic spiral because it's in motion. It's in flux. And there's a certain extraordinary, powerful grace in that. And here is the vision. There is a horseshoe in the desert once a year. A horseshoe city. Not quite a circle, like it's waiting to be something. And then one day, the renegade, they called it, circle it became. It was a circle. Then, thanks, Mage. Then, it's animus actually, but you can call me Oscar, or ad hoc when this happens. Then, the circle. What if it broke off its tail and then began to spiral? What would that be like? How long would the city grow? I mean, in terms both of duration of the song and also footsteps taken from the core outwardly. As more and more come in, come out, and yes, it gradually grows. And why it grows? Everyone that goes, they soon find they know. This gift economy, what is this thing? Is it true? You bring the things you want to bring and give them, and others give to you? Could it be? This spiraling out there within the desert is a practice for when we respond as rains do come, the lake bed filling up again, and we are gone in phalanxes of cars, not any cars, but art cars, beautiful, enchanting, in a wonderment of glorious parade in places, coming into small towns where we've been invited by the mayor, who is a burner, but don't tell. We pitch up on the common land and throw the opposite of hell and throw this party that's for anyone. It's radically inclusive, and there's 9 more other things. This is the bell that my vision rings. It pulsates out this story of a movement, moving cities, moving like Regenera, these moving, some might say mycelial cities, growing in a kind of spiral. That's the roads. Because it's on the common land, so that's where commonness is easiest. and on the roads where it's a sort of liminal affair. And yes, we welcome people in, we cook with them. There's shows, it's free. And when you're there, you can be you, I can be me. We, it seems, can become we. I call it, what's it? A camp caravan. I think it's a cute one. Or Regenera, you see. Actually, one last thing to wrap that up. Roxy has received these from me before. Right in the middle of the program, I had a channel, real hard channel about Regenera, and it came in the form of some hyperstitional headlines. There aren't that many of them. So this is like headlines from the future, okay? And then I'll be done when I have read you these. Game, hang on, where are they? This may take just a moment. If you want to talk in the meantime, Dennis, I can look this up.
I was just going to, I'll comment in between before Dennis goes, because thanks, Oscar, and I'm looking forward to this.
And I'm going to find this other thing.
Part of what the New Earth Visioning, besides, is I think it's really important for us all to talk to each other and to put these ideas out in concrete form of like stating it in words, which is the first step towards us, bringing about these New Earth visions. It's one thing to think about it, it's one thing to dream about it, but then to express it by saying it out loud and sharing it with people. And so that's another whole aspect of why we're doing this today. So yeah,
so I've found the headlines. Would you like the headlines? Should I go after you, Dennis, or should I get these headlines done and you can be free to go? So again?
Go.
I'll go. Okay, here we go. So these turned up like in the middle of the whole thing. We were talking about game stuff on the chat. And I wrote this for the chat, and then it was like, whoa, this is too much for the chat. Same to Roxy. Some Regenera, some hyperstitional headlines. You all ready? Immersive online experience may or may not be theatre. Online gifting game goes viral. Is Regenera online game a cult? Nope. Internet community game spills into reality. Is my 12-year-old a communist? Another Regenera player just did my plumbing for free, and I'm tutoring my neighbor's kids. Many Regenera players offer free accommodation through Count Me In platform, that's in spelled INN, free garden camping via Camp Me Out. More landowners pledge land for Regenera player camps, unhoused numbers falling despite record evictions. Regenerider free hitchhike app overtakes Uber and Lyft. Regenaissance delivers free second-hand goods and locally grown supplies via Regeneriders. Regenera doctors and firefighters relieve strained FEMA staff. World-class professors who teach free via Regenera Online or in Regenera IRL communities. How to make your solar Regenera Free-Fi network node from any old smartphone. Regenera Free Hospital reaches capacity as fires worsen. Commercial hospitals pledge surplus space via Regenera AI. See Regen AI match needs and offers in real time. More 24/7 Regenera free childcare spaces appear, add sleep areas and improve trust checks. And then these are from a couple of articles. It seems crazy to me now that most crying babies get soothed by stressed, underslept parents. This makes so much more sense. And I volunteer twice a week. It takes a village, duh. Yeah, I'm still part-time, but we're both quitting to go full Regenera in September, same as most of our street. We've been doing it for 5 months anyway. The only time we've used money this year was our final mortgage payments, which was easy with no other costs. Yeah, we have 2 Count Me In rooms. We mostly host other sport nerds, and so on. A flourishing of headlines and quotes that could begin to grow up through the cracks in the asphalt of climate disasters double, populist leader elected, border closed to, travel chaos, market crash, factions clash, troops deploy, riots intensify. It is coming, flourishing, that is right there, ready to go as soon as we decide to try it, cautiously at first. No one giving up anything they don't want to, and just giving exactly what they want when they want, but coordinated with newly possible technological sophistication multiplied by indigenous methods with no need for hierarchy. That is the point. Oh, and if you're wondering, but how will I pay my rent? I believe believe our old pal Bucky and his rebeamers like Stroopy and the van lifers and the communes and the monasteries and the kibbutzes may have a few suggestions. Not to mention our oldest ideas of all, kept alive and well by indigenous folks. And where? Well, on the common land at first, the Pony Express roads, then gradually some of those unlucky inheritors from our communities who feel weighed down or bound up by privilege and find themselves stewarding a parcel of land. Some of them will know what to do. They will realize they have always known what to do and were just waiting for someone to say, maybe it's time. Well, maybe it's time. At first glance, some might think it's some sort of cult or curse it's communism with disdain, but on second glance, they will see there's no belief system, no leaders, no hierarchy, not even a single name for the thing, just an ecosystem of tools for full coordination of absolutely free agency achieved technologically. People doing what they want, when they want, using tech freely given to anyone who'd like to try it, running on old repurposed solar charged devices over a decentralized solar powered network that anyone can easily add a node to and no one controls, but which it is impossible to sell anything on. And here's the really crazy bit. As we scale and improve our ability to integrate gift economies at different orders of coordination, eventually villages, even towns, and so some cities start to become more regenerate than not, even entirely. Because folks who still live in the default will see how well Regenera and many of its siblings are working, how comfortably they welcome a swelling tide of refugees from war, persecution, climate change, and default competitive economies that accelerate exponentially, collapse, or implode. And they'll see that these same free gifting and mutual care systems can help handle climate emergencies as they become more frequent and government efforts become more strained. Are these crises unfolding something that free gifting and mutual care systems, solar-powered peer-to-peer networks of gift and care economy become part of most people's lives at the scale of Google? I mean, heck, maybe Sergey and Larry and Eric and Sundar and Sam and Ilya and Greg and maybe even Mark and Jeff and Elon all have epiphanies and gift exactly that to the world. They are burners after all, aren't you guys? Oof, that was fun. Timmy's clapping. Ugh. Well, that one came out like a fucking fire hose. Sorry.
That was great. Thank you. All right, Dennis, you're up.
Dennis is
Share
up.
your New Earth visions.
All right. Well, mine is so simple. I come from Africa. I grew up my bare feet running around on the pathways of Africa and climbing trees and learning from the indigenous Zulu chief and his wives. And I grew up living with mud huts and thatch roofs and like, to me, that decentralization and that giving economy you talk about, Oscar, it's like it's fundamental to us existing on this planet. We need to be part of Mother Nature, have our hands in the dirt, start planting seeds and nurturing our planet. But what you bring up there is we need to change the way we think and relate to one another and how we build our relationships. Harlan, I love that AI thing where it's got all of this like moss and whatever. To me, I see that as moss and leaves and and ferns and all growing around and spread out. The other versions of more concentration, they worry me because although they're brilliant and everything else, it's like you could see a layer of trees underneath another layer of concrete. Those trees wouldn't grow because they're not getting sunlight, So it's like things like that are important. Or maybe what we'd have is in those areas you would have, I don't know, magnifying glasses to capture sun or curved glass to capture sun and radiate it into those levels. There's multiple things that we could do there, but I love the idea of sort of reclaiming areas of land where you can't normally grow and use things. Like in China, they've saved the loose plateau by going in there with bulldozers and creating terraces up the mountains re-greening that region, saving it from soil erosion. And it's I mean, we really need to regrow the ecosystems that support our lives, and that means we need to decentralize, to me. Thank you.
Well, thanks, Dennis. And it's interesting, of course, with that 12 spiral city having a lot of shade, but there's a lot of open space. I've never done a full model to see how much sunlight goes through, but a lot of things grow without direct sunlight. And I do know, because I've been in places that don't get a lot of direct sun, in cities and things with buildings that block the sun for most of the day, but there's still a huge amount of light. And a lot of things can grow even though the sun isn't direct on them. So I don't know, and I've never modeled, but you've got some good points about that whole model, not being maybe entirely practical. But it's something, it's at least in some ways, it's more practical and more thought out than the arcologies that you read about that Paolo Solari depicted. He never went into detail into where the trees are, where the houses are, where things are, and where things move. Like even at Arco Santi, which I visited many times, and I love that it exists, there's not a really good a plan for how people flow through it or materials flow through it. And I think just like in an organism, he calls arcology city in the image of man, and that it's like a city is based on like a living organism. But if you look at your own body, there's a very detailed system for the way your blood flows and the way your nerves are connected, and everything is thought out in organs and systems. And also, things happen like with like everything that needs to take place in your liver happens in your liver. Everything that needs to take place in your stomach is there. It's not uniformly distributed throughout your whole body. And so these are principles that would then be employed in a city, that you group like with like so that it functions the best. And that does happen somewhat naturally, but to even take it the next step further. So thanks for your feedback on that, and thanks for your vision, and thank you, Oscar. So if there's anyone else, if you, Oscar or Dennis, you want to just comment back a little bit, or we're close to our time limit, so I'd love to just hear some concluding remarks about before we move on.
Yeah, I think if we did that city design and we had it very connected to the land around, so that people could and biodiversity and complexity and flows of animal movement, wild nature, sort of a rewilding around the cities, that would make a huge difference. It's like, so we could step out of the city into the wild, into nature, and live sort of happy lives because we are reintegrated with nature. So I think that might make a big difference.
Absolutely. And that is the idea of making the three-dimensional city so that it's not a sprawl, so that right adjacent to it is very wild and open and natural land. And of course, in my visioning of it, I see it very, very organic, like even that the structure itself could be grown from trees that grow over time to support the spiraling ramps, that we're not building it out of steel and concrete, but it's actually the whole city is just growing very naturally, just tuning into the principles of nature to grow our, and it's in my book. Let me throw that into the chat. My website, Portal to the New Earth, if anyone wants to follow up, and you can see my book as a PDF for free. But I mentioned Mitchell Joachim's concept of the Fab Tree Hab, where he talks about growing houses out of trees. He's like, why do we take a tree, chop it down, chop it into pieces, bring those pieces somewhere, and then put them back together to make a house? Why don't we just take the trees and grow them into houses? Kind of like what you have behind you, Dennis. Not exactly, but just take it a step further, where we actually start to use the principles of life and to grow our cities naturally. And the sky's the limit. We're just limited by our thinking it's not possible, but it is possible. And so that's what I'm proposing, to inspire everyone to start to think, and we can all do it. And also, one of my favorite concluding remarks is people say, where are you going to get the money to build a city like this? And I'm like, you see that tree over there? Where did it get the money to grow? Did it pay the sun for this light? Did it pay the sky for the water? Did it pay the earth for the minerals? No, but there's this huge, amazing tree. There's no reason why we cannot create cities just like that. We just have to do it. We just have to get past that mindset that we have to be paid for everything we do. Everything is free at first. That tree that grew in the forest was free until someone came down, chopped it down, cut it up, and then made you pay for it. And the fish that you're eating for dinner tonight was swimming free in the ocean. So someone came along and caught it and said, I got to pay for it now. So, we can get past all that. All right, we're almost at the end of our limit. So I don't know if we need any other closing remarks. But thank you so much. This was really great to be able to be here today to share this.
Awesome.
Dennis, do you have any closing remarks? I do, I think.
Yeah, I was just, one of my dreams is to grow with monkey vines, like basket homes in the trees, between the trees. And that would be a growing rooms and homes, and where you're just weaving the vines in more and more complexity to create more and more rooms, and because they grow like crazy and they're very strong, and it would keep you off the ground and keep you away from predators, but it would just be, and then you would have like swing bridges between your
I know we're going over time a little, so
may
just
I?
want a quick closing. Yeah, do that, and then I know we
want
to be respectful of our time limit.
A little something here. I just felt it tapping. Between the trees. That's right. That's where it was coming from. It says, between the trees. Between the trees, the roots are intersecting mycelial. In some supporting systems, subsystems to the rhizomes between the trees reach systems, and when one tree ails, the others feed them. When one tree ails, the others bring them nutrients. We have been weaving such a web. We're close now. How? The question is, how is what we've woven ready to let us live in that way, like trees, just giving?
All right, thank you all. This is really appreciate you coming to share with me and everyone who's here.
It's been an honor to listen to this conversation. The global thinking is so exciting. I've been imagining tree net landscapes. I've been seeing videos of these new companies that are tying these paracord nets extensively in forests, and I could imagine people living on those. All right. We got Dan up next, you guys. Dan is one of the most impressive geometric model builders I've ever seen.
He's also the creator and curator at the Octatetra Museum.
Octatetra.
Octatetra Museum. Yes. And maybe Timmy, you can share a little bit about the discussion that we're about to hear from Dan. I just dropped it for you in the chat.
It says a series of pictures and geometrical models created using Buckminster Fuller's octet truss and others using icosahedral symmetry. Dan will also discuss a way to combine the two to achieve coerced balance, and a special homage to Johannes Kepler's explorations with pentagons. I'm so excited for this one. Take it away.
That term, coerced balance, was coined by my new friend Timmy, and I have adopted it. I like it. Okay, what shall I say? I'm a retired teacher with over 40 years experience at all grade levels and all subjects, but mostly math. I retired 4 years ago from my final position as a math tutor in the math lab of San Antonio College, where I specialized in what they call college algebra and also pre-calculus and trigonometry. And I used to be a go-to guy for that stuff. But if I tried to do it now, I haven't done any math in 4 years. I don't think I could tutor anybody in any of that stuff. Okay, so it's listed that the title is STEM to STEAM through 3D geometry. And that's the umbrella title for everything I do. STEM is science, technology, engineering, and math. And if you add art to that, you get STEAM. And why would you add art to it? Because you want to foster creativity and imagination. And imagination is more important than knowledge. Guess who said that? Can you see who it is? Albert Einstein. Okay, so with that in mind, first thing I'm going to try to do is see if it's still there. Okay, those are my most important links. I expect everybody should copy that down so you'll have it. Next thing is share screen. And we have this. Share, okay. And we need to go up to the, we need to go full screen and up to the top, and we're ready to go. Okay, there I am. Octatetra and beyond, and it's what Tim just read, so I won't have to read it. And those little logos up there are tetras intermingling into octas, octatetra. Does anybody know who this guy is? You can put it in the chat. Where's my chat? Oh, that's because I need to open, I need to lower this. I can't find it anymore. All right, well, I won't be able to see in the chat. If anybody wants to shout out a name, too late now, I will tell you that is Magnus Wenninger, the father of geometric models. And somewhere around 1978, I came across his book called Polyhedron Models. And that's what got me started. And the first thing you learn is about the 5 Platonic solids. The only things that are made, that are totally regular and made of just one kind of polygon. Okay, does anybody know what that picture is? People here should know that picture. Anybody want to unmute and shout it out?
Tell us more.
Say it again.
It's a tetrahedron and an octahedron.
Yeah, that's right. And whose picture is that?
Man, I don't know. Way back when, huh?
I bet it's
That
Bucky.
is Bucky Fuller's patent picture for the octet truss.
It's an ice cream cone.
I missed that. Okay, so here we have some examples of octet truss. And we see the octa up there. When you see the arrows when I move like that, when I move my cursor, I don't know. And there's the tetra. There's some more of it.
Yes,
And
we see your cursor move.
You can?
Yeah.
Good, okay.
Yes.
All right, so tetra, octa, cube, and cube octahedron, otherwise known as the vector equilibrium, the basics of the isotropic blah, blah, blah. And isotropic metric mesas, you can see in the center of that last one, there's a cube octahedron in there. Okay, what's this guy doing here? Alexander Graham Bell. This lady wrote a book with a prologue by Buckminster Fuller. They had a conversation. She says, it seems to me that Bell's tetrahedron, which he developed while working on kites, is very like your geodesic structure. When you developed your structures, did you know about the work of Alexander Graham Bell? He says, no, Bucky says. I was astonished to learn about it later. It's the way nature behaves. So we both discovered nature. It isn't something you invent, you discover. I call it the octahedron tetrahedron truss. Now, this picture was drawn by Leonardo da Vinci. And this is the Stella Octangula that Timmy mentioned. And no one seems to know if he knew that you could fit an octahedron in those spaces. But this one is from 1568, and it clearly shows that the octet truss goes all the way back to that. Okay, so I decided to make some octas and make some tetras. It takes two blue ones to come together, two square-based pyramids. These pictures are from 1997 when I started, and I was putting them together with paper clips, and there's a bigger tetrahedron. One is hollow and one is not. And you can also put them together to make a larger octahedron. And then you could fit them together like that, or even make a hexagon like that. So those are my early experiments. This one is pure octatetra. This was done by, this is a group project by a group of students that were like 8 to 12 years old. And they wanted, the people that asked me to do this at the Southwest School of Art, they wanted the kids to do a group project. So I did it, but I really preferred for them to do individual projects because they didn't have anything to take home. I was with them for a week of mornings. This is also pure octatetra. But this looks like pure octatetra, but you will see in the corners, there is a structure that's kind of cubic. And that's because I cheated. I put 4 half octas together and then filled in the other sides so that it is an augmented cube. And by just that little cheat in the center, I was able to build out further and make that model. Okay, that brings us to the new section here. We have the icosahedron, the dodecahedron, and the analogous to the cube octahedron is the icosahedron. It alternates triangles and pentagons. The icosahedron has 20 triangles. The dodecahedron has 12, and this has the same 20 and the same 12. And involved with every pentagon is the golden ratio, the ratio of the diagonal to the side. Now, this shows something that you can't do with pure octas. The 5 of them coming together have a gap. So this is where it's time to do a little bit of coercion, as Timmy says. And I shortened the sides of the triangle in the middle, and that closed the gap. And that enabled me to build off that with octatetra and have structures with pentagonal symmetry. And I found out about that from a guy named George Hart, an absolute world-class geometry guy. And there's some newer ones, same gap on the left. And who could that be? That's George Hart. And he came to my museum in downtown San Antonio in about 2013. And so I had him hold that up for the picture because he's the guy that showed me I could do that. So you can take that new 5-octa hub and you can make a ring out of it. You can do all kinds of things with it. Here's the same ring. That's my daughter, Kate, and that's my son, Benji. And that's the California Homeschool News, where I went out to California from Texas and to a homeschool event in 2005. Here's another ring. If you, instead of making one of the triangles longer on 2 sides, shorter, if you make it longer, on one side, there's a darker orange one there. That's longer. And you can make pentagonal structures with that. On the other side, they're all equilateral. You can make a ring of 12 of those rings. You can make an icosahedron. You can make a big soccer ball. You can make this, what I call the spiral gyro. At the very top and at each floor level in the center, there's one of those new 5-octa hubs. And here's putting them all together. This is my daughter, Kate, in Mexico City, and we took it all up to Dallas, Texas, and rebuilt it for the Rethinking Educational Conference, or whatever it was, a homeschool event. And this employs some of the same principles. This is the air traffic control tower that I built at San Antonio College, where I was a tutor. And after 18 months, it fell over. I had to take it out. Here's another one. I can't remember the full name, but there's lots of 5-octa hubs there. See the orange there in the middle? Those same rings are there. And this brings us to a new chapter called octas only. There are things you can do with octas only. You can't make a 5-octa hub, but you can build these. And so it's a ring of 12, and they interconnect. There's 3 of them. There's 6 of them. And you can also go 3D like that first picture, the one up there. And you can put that in, and then you can put that other one in, and you get that. And from that, I was able to build that. That's just octahedra. And here's the same thing, except I've turned them inside out. So on the 4 corners, it's a different color, so it's clearer. And there's something really big behind it. Oh my goodness, that thing was 13 feet high. And instead of just octas, there's other things that are in there. But this one is just 2 octas. They're all octas, but they're 2 units long. So each octa that you see there is octa and tetra. And there's no color on the ones that you see because this goes on the outside, and that's 1 corner of this. And I call that the MIDI megatetra because the first one was called the megatetra. And you can see the little guy still there. This was in my museum downtown in San Antonio. And I recently, when I closed up my museum about a year ago, I donated it to a school, the Harmony School of Innovation, and put it in that space. And here's another view of it. And here it is walking from the 2nd floor to the 3rd floor. And this is when I had them page some 8th graders to come help me lift and put the top on. And then they had the kids from the 1st grade come out and take a picture of it. Okay, that brings us to a ring of 10 pentagons. And this was pioneered by Johannes Kepler, the famous astronomer, famous for the 3 laws of planetary motion. And the stuff inside are what we call Penrose tiles. So I decided to make something with those rings. First of all, here's how they can intercept to more. This one has 190 of them. This one has 380 of them. And these are all models in what I call octatetracity. And this is going to be the Kepler Ring of Pentagons monument. And here's the floor plan, the same ring of 10, but we have Penrose tiles on the outside also. If I were at a place to put it indoors permanently, I was going to make it on a base that was carpeted. And here it is. I had this space for 3 days only. And this shows the entrance, those orange cords, so the entrance, and there's an exit on the other side. So that's walk-inable. This is just some of the early things I did with it before it was complete. You can see that there's 2 of those 5 octahedrons, and you will get a bigger ring, a pentagonal ring. And by having a vertical and going one way at one level and one way at the other, you can make adjacent rings intersect. And here's another time when I had a little bit more built outside. And then it came time to make a trip. They're going from San Antonio, Texas, to a place called Darien, New York, outside of Buffalo, where I was going to build it at a music pop festival called the Paradise Festival. And there it is, all done. Again, we put these, my son, John, and Ben, we flew up there in an airplane and built it. And then there was all these people inside. And then I gave a presentation for all these people at this music festival about what it was all about. That was fun. And here I am doing the presentation. I'm holding up another Kepler diagram. And oh, what's those pants there? Let's see. Can anybody still see me on your screen? Am I in both places?
Yeah,
We see you on the screen, and
I don't mean in the screen share. I mean me. I'm holding up a pair of pants. Can you see
yeah,
that?
we can see your face.
All right. So that was a Secret Santa gift. And that's another project which you will see at the end. Okay. And this is the last picture of that. We were already back in San Antonio, and they took it apart that night. And that lady's name is Julia Kepler, because the people that had this tournament, this festival, are direct descendants of the Kepler family. So they were really interested to have me do that. Okay, this leads us to a new chapter. We have our icosahedron and a dodecahedron. And there's a couple of things that I've built, pioneered by other people online, and I built them. This is from a guy named Armin Gips. This is from Tadeusz Dorozinski. This was done by Albert P. Carpenter, and he just showed the pentagons. I have to figure out what would fill in the spaces. And of course, those who know the numbers, there's 12 of the pentagonal spaces, and there's 20 of the hexagonal or triangular spaces. Here's one made of icos and octas. Another view of it. Now, this one at the bottom here, it's a dodecahedron, but the pentagons have disappeared and been replaced by equilateral triangles. That's called an excavated dodecahedron. And you can take the icosahedron and fit it right in there. And you can build with those units. And here's the one that Timmy likes so much. It's 92 excavated dodecahedra and 120 icosahedra configured as what we call a rhombic triacontahedron. And it's full of golden ratio everywhere. And that's one of the 30 rhombi. And that went to a place called Little Falls, New York. I had a whole bunch of things I donated there. There's another picture of the same thing. And leads us to a new chapter in Kepler's 1619 book, Harmonies Mundi on tilings. He discussed a tiling built with pentagons, pentagrams, those are the stars, and decagons and fused decagon pairs. See the way the two decagons fuse with each other? He called them monsters. This tiling inspired Penrose tiles in 1973. So if you Google Kepler monsters, this picture will come up, as will this one especially. Okay, so there's the same thing with just the black outlines. And here is one I did with just rings of 10 with yellow on the inside and green on the outside, and the dodecahedra fit right in there. But that was a dead end. I couldn't build any more with that. And here's another one from Albert P. Carpenter, where we have those little spirals and they connect in the corners. You can see 3 different colors like that. And of course, there's 12 of those pentagons and 20 of those triangles. Now, this one's from Albert P. Carpenter. He posted that. He called this the stretched, see how it's stretched with those squares? The stretched star dodecahedron. In the center there is a little piece of an icosahedron to fill the space and to make it be 3-dimensional. So I said, I would like to build that, but I don't want it stretched. I'm going to put them together. So I have 2 of the star things here and 2 of the triple things over there. And then I connected these to complete those rings of 10. And lo and behold, there's a Kepler monster there. And then I filled them. I filled them with half icosahedra. And then these were the same that was at the corners portions of it. And we tried to fit a triangle and a square and a triangle, and it did it, but it fought me all the way. Here it is half done, and here it is completely done, sitting on a nice little circular tray that I found at Goodwill. And then we have one more ring. There's several kinds of rings. This one is a ring of 15 pentagons and 15 triangles. And it makes that. That's the thing that's on the pair of pants. And here it is. That's called 60 tripenta prismatic rings configured as an icosahedron. And that's in my new museum, which is in my garage. And there it is. They gave him how many minutes, but he finished up quick. Put you back on schedule. So let me close that. If that will close, oh, stop share. Okay, stop share.
So, you know, it's funny because you ended a little early, Dan, and Benjamin's in a little sound check. So maybe in the meantime, Timmy, who is the perfect person to have a little Q&A with you, can just hang out with you for a few minutes. Y'all can have a little conversation until Benjamin comes back from his tech check. What do you think?
I would love to.
Okay, I'm going to try to get my Facebook page to come up also and share screen again and show you one more thing.
Excellent.
I don't see it yet. Share, but it's not there. It must be this one. It must be that one. It's having trouble coming in. And everybody copy down those links so you know how to contact me. Also, it shows my YouTube channel there under the name Dan Sutton, one word. And I've got hundreds of videos. Most of it is of this stuff. Let's see if this will happen. This is the model that I'm building right now. And it's trying so hard. I think it's going to come in. This was posted as a comment on one of the ones I showed you, the ones with the one that Timmy liked. And it is just having trouble. Okay, Timmy, what do you want to say? And what do you want to ask?
Well, one thing I like how you chose not to use those squares to extend the model behind you, because I think that I would have considered that not a isotropic matrix shape, because it is possible to make shapes that fit together that aren't part of either the isotropic matrix or the isotropic matrix, like these coerced shapes, but even things that fit perfectly together. But I think what you got there is perfectly in line with the isotropic lattice. Though I'm curious about the monster shapes, the way that the two icosahedodecahedrons come together. I'm curious if there's a way that that would
Well, they're
integrate.
just portions of a smaller portion than half. The ones that fill the holes there, those are, oh, my thing came up. Cool. It finally came up. Okay, hang on. And I had trouble with the squares, but I'm dealing with different thicknesses of cardboard and stuff. How about that? You like that?
Hey, screen share again.
Are you seeing that?
No, I'm not seeing it.
Oh, well, it should. Man, now that it came up, let me see if I have properly screen shared. Stop video. Oh, I hate technical difficulties. Share screen. There we go. Share.
All right. Oh, wow.
How about that? That's by Tadeusz Dorozinski. And he had two of them. They had different centers. This one has 6 dodecahedra. Let's make that big. And this one had a thing for the hub of 10 dodecahedra. So does this qualify as isotropic for you?
That's a good question, and it's hard to say with some of these. I see the dodecahedrons touching each other face to face, and
Yes.
I'm not sure if that actually happens. So it's possible to like remove pieces and augment other pieces into like, clever organizations that wouldn't actually fall in the matrix. And I'm not sure. I mean, I'm not like the authority on this, but I haven't seen yet any examples where the actual isotropic matrix lines up with a dodecahedron face and another dodecahedron face flat against each other.
Okay. Well, I think I can fairly certainly say that the pieces do fit because this guy knows his stuff.
Right. Right.
Okay.
And it's not always a matter of fitting. Like you can make a shape that fits, that's not adhering to the rules of like extending by the golden ratio in all directions.
Right.
But it very well may be. I haven't worked with shapes that are this complex, that are this extended. So I've got some studying to do on this kind of stuff. Who made this one again?
Tadeusz Dorozinski. I didn't put the link in, but there's a group called Polyhedros something Mathematicos. I will email you the link. And these guys are really into this stuff. And so this is his comment to the thing that I showed you. Now I'm going to close that because I don't think I need that anymore. And I'm going to stop share. And those were put together, but not by excavating the dodecahedron. There's a dodecahedron, and this thing on top is an icosahedron. Where are we here? An icosahedron that's had the top and the bottom removed. It's the center. Where am I going?
That'd make it a pentagonal antiprism.
That is exactly what it is. And it's the ring of triangles with the two pentagons stuck in. And so this is my beginning of making that model I showed you on my page. And it's taking me about a day to make each of these. There we go.
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll go.
That's pure isotropic matrix for sure. That's how they like to communicate.
So All right.
Have you noticed that the excavated dodecahedron is the same point distribution as the great stellated dodecahedron? The star that comes out of the icosahedron when you extend all of its edges, that's the same geometry as the excavated dodecahedron.
Okay, I'm gonna go and grab one more. I have to go around this way. And I have to go over here. And now I'm coming back.
What we got?
Here I am. Okay. So this is an icosahedron with the pentagons excavated. So this has 12 times 5 is 60 up here, and it has 20 triangles. And this is actually easier to make than the excavated dodecahedron. That one fights with you all the way to push.
Oh, hey, let's close out. We're about to jam out with Benjamin. Thank you so much, Dan. This has been incredible.
That has been fun. I hope people liked it. Visit my page, email me, see my YouTube channel. Especially, I mean, there's hundreds of videos there of these models and other stuff.
If you're just joining us, which I've heard a number of people are, that is Dan Sutton, part of the third cohort of DSS, going through a number of incredibly intricate Bucky shapes with another resident shapist, Timmy, who's been hosting this last little section of the visions and shapes and past and future and present imaginings of our trash series here at Regenera. I am Miss Emma, and it is my pleasure to say hello to Timmy. Hello, hello. Good to see you. Good to see everyone and Roxy. I had to excuse myself for a second and put on some lipstick because if you've been paying attention and following along back at home, it is officially Saturday night, ladies and gentlemen. And we've just wrapped up a wondrous stretch of talks and expressions and artist talks. And we're going to move into a bit of a celebration. And I'm so grateful to be here, ushering in some of the next performances. It's been an incredible day here at Regenera. I'm sure some of you have been on and off. Some, such as Roxy, Suparna, and so many people behind the scenes have been here all day, manifesting their previous dreams into whatever they can grind out of reality, given the current nature of the challenges in the last 48 hours. But it has been going great. I myself snuck on, despite my events of the day, to see my super secret crush, Alex Garcia, do her poetry, incredible, and Ilana bring forth her art exchange into the world. And introduce it to us. There's been so many incredible performances and talks and exhibitions today. I'm just so happy to welcome you into my favorite part of the day, the night. And we've got Benjamin Life lined up here, ready to sing us sweet nothings into the next series. Benjamin, are you ready? Are you live? Are you feeling the warmth from the room?
I am. Hello.
Everybody unmute yourself and give a little Saturday night.
Yeah.
There's some voices in the room for Benjamin.
I have just one more little thing I wanted to say.
Oh, please, please.
I'm from the first cohort.
Oh.
Instead of the third.
Ah, but I saw your information on the third cohort. Well, we'll discuss all the details later, but yes. And you can find Dan Sutton on YouTube. He's got an extensive channel where he discusses his shapes and Bucky's shapes, of course.
Oh, gee.
Thank you. Thank you for that correction.
And the last thing is that Alexander Graham Bell made his kites because he wanted to fly, just like Timmy. Okay.
Just like me and so many here.
Let's fly.
Let's fly. Benjamin, take it away.
Oh, well, thanks everyone. It's always such an honor and privilege to be in this community. I was part of cohort 2, and I've loved coming back and getting to meet the new cohorts that have been participating in this incredible process. And I love being able to play music, and I love being able to also bring my systems nerd part of myself. And DSS is, I think, full of creative sparks who have these multidimensional sides to us. We're not just creatives, we're also systems thinkers, we're also ecologists, we're also planting gardens, and we're in the full spectrum of our humanness. And so I'm going to share later on this week about bioregionalism, but tonight I'm just going to be sharing art and music and stories and some songs that are equally part of the mission that I feel like I'm on here on planet Earth during this time of transition. Because as I think everyone who's shared today has expressed in their own ways, the changes that need to happen on the planet, often start first inside of the human heart and in the way that we see ourselves, in the way that we see the planet. And there's no better way to shift how someone can connect to their own heart and connect to seeing the world and being in the world in a different way than through meaningful, powerful, artistic expression. And so the songs that I'm gonna share with you this evening, I kind of want to just feel like we're hanging out around the campfire. That's my favorite place to share music, is just sitting outside with friends. And so I want to create a little virtual campfire here this evening. And I want to share these songs that really only started to come through during the beginning of the pandemic, and when things really started to accelerate, I was really, my existential anxiety was at an all-time high. I thought, this actually could be it. This could be the tipping point. This could be the thing that catalyzes this massive shift. I'm not ready, but I guess this is what's happening. And despite that not happening in quite the immediate, total collapse scenario that I had envisioned in my nightmares, it brought a lot of things to the surface, a lot of injustices that had been unspoken, ways that, even the sustainability movement was not actually talking about regeneration. It brought so many different things to the forefront. And for me personally, I started to feel like I was going to explode with all of the collective grief and joy and possibility that I was feeling at the time. And that's what brought me back to music, was a need, a physical, spiritual need to channel that collective grief and that collective joy and that collective possibility into art and music. And so this first song that I want to share with you all is a question. And it's a question that I think if you're here this evening, you probably have asked yourself in some way. And it's called, Is There Another Way? Keep your freedom in your hands. Keep your hips ready to dance. It's not about finding a new romance. It's about that everyday ecstasy, how you choose to be. Could you find another way? Could you find another way through the pain? nothing's clear. I've been trying to disappear, caught a ride on this great machine, trapped inside the way things have been. Could we find another way? Could we find another way? They say love, but it starts when they say to miss the mark is to live in sin. And I know that I've been a sinning man, trying to begin again. Could I find another way? Could I find another way? Oh, thanks everybody. I think my favorite line in that whole song is, I caught a ride on a great machine, trapped inside the way things have been. And sometimes I feel like that a lot, actually. I go to the grocery store, I go out in the world, like I didn't choose this. I didn't choose to be part of capitalism. I don't want to have to exchange my life force energy for money in order to survive. Who set this thing up? And I think is that feeling of being inside of a world that's collapsing while participating and giving birth to a new one. That is one of the signature feeling tones of being alive right now. On one hand, being the midwife of the birth of a new kind of way of doing humaning together, and on another level, doing hospice for the world that is currently dying all around us. And I know maybe some of you are in San Francisco right now. I was in San Francisco a while back, and I felt like I was bearing witness in the city of San Francisco to part of the world that is dying and the part of the world that's being born at the same time. And the skyline of San Francisco has changed recently in the last few years to include the Salesforce Tower. And to me, the Salesforce Tower is almost like the Eye of Sauron. It's like this symbol of late stage capitalism. It's glossy and shiny, but it kind of represents the state of decay, where this is what we're putting our energy into, is just big shiny screens in the sky while there's people starving and going through mental health crises and addiction crises, 100 floors below. And so this is a song that's about like going into Babylon, into late stage capitalism, and looking it square in the eye. And there's a prophecy called the Shambhala Warrior Prophecy that was first told to me by a mentor and elder, Joanna Macy. And the way that Joanna tells it is so beautiful. I would encourage people to go listen to Joanna tell the Shambhala Warrior Prophecy. But she says that the Shambhala warriors that come from all the different nations of the earth, they will go into the halls of power and they will dismantle the weapons of war. And to me, that is what Bucky was inspiring us to do by transforming weaponry into livingry. And so this is a song about going headlong into the part of our world that is dying and it's called The Fiery Tongue of Babylon. And it goes like this. Fiery tongue of Babylon licked me like an atom bomb. I screamed, Mama, what's gone wrong? But no one could hear my calls at all. The fiery tongue of Babylon spits riddles, keep you circling the drain. Standing iPhone lines drenched by the acid rain. If you ask the same questions, you get the same refrain. But it was always going to fall. Even if you don't tear down those walls, it was always going to fall. Even if you don't tear down those walls. But it's a mystery to me how it sticks around. With people taking drugs just so they can stick around. And even if the markets all are drowned, we're still keeping all of the lights on. 'Cause there's certain things you're not allowed to say. Some sacred cows to whom you always must pray. And if you ever try to find your own way, well, they'll try to burn you right down to the ground. But it was always going to fall. Even if you don't tear down those walls, it was always going to fall. Even if you don't tear down those walls. But now it crashes on my mother and my brother and my father. So I shout, fuck it, we're not drowning in these tainted holy waters. If you want it, you can get it. Start a riot, write a pamphlet. But we've tried so many times before. Thought as humans we could end this holy war. They built a prison, they just didn't build a door. This is such a beautiful planet. It'd be such a shame if we waste it. Oh my goodness. Thanks for letting me go really deep, really quick, y'all. My sun sign is a Scorpio, so I tend to go right in. And I promise I'm gonna bring the vibes up as well, because that is part of the plurality of being alive. As I've been trying to anchor in over the last few songs, this is something that I really feel is important, to hold the joy with the grief at the same time. And so I like to go in between both. And so I want to share a song that is part of that journey of turning the pain and the suffering and the confusion of this time into beauty. And I'm always surprised who has heard or hasn't heard the story of the imaginal cells. Can I just see a little bit of a reaction? Who knows about that story? We got we got a lot of imaginal cells in the room right now. Well, so I won't need to tell you about how the caterpillar eats itself and turns into something it could never imagine. But I can sing you a song about it. And this song is called Metamorphosis. Because I've also really woven into a lot of the music, this is as much an inner process as it is an outer process. And so I believe that living in times of collapse like this, it actually asks something more from us as humans, and that this is part of evolution itself, is actually us rising to the occasion of the challenges and the crises that we face. And so this song is all about what that feels like, because sometimes it feels excruciating and sometimes it feels like the most pleasurable thing in the world to become who you truly are. This is life, this is love, this is creation pouring through me. I can feel myself begin to change. It all becomes whatever it wants to become. I just pray you use me well. I am a hollow bone for all the love that's flowing through my every pore. I surrender, I release all that is not meant for me. My heart's an open door. I find tender, sweet relief in knowing I am infinity. I am tender, I am sweet, and I am growing towards the light I know myself to be. This is life, this is love, this is creation pouring through me. We all break open eventually. All alone, change can feel like dying if you're not ready to believe. In the dark, I am dissolving into what I could never conceive. I am this beautiful unfolding as I learn to listen and receive. This is life, this is love, this is creation pouring through me. It's all happening at once. I transform all this heartbreak into greatness. It was always by design. I'm adorned with shining wings that wrap around me. They were inside all along. Pushing past all the pain I'd built around me, I am finally reborn. This is life, this is love, this is creation pouring through me. It's all happening right now. Ooh. Mm. Oh. Oh, it's so beautiful. I'm just relishing in the beauty of getting to stream through these. This is to me like the essence of why I do what I do, and I don't get to share it that much. But like this is my why, this music. So thank you all for receiving it. I don't share it that much, and it's really nice to feel an audience that I feel understands what I'm trying to say. So thank you. That's really rewarding. This next song is also about letting go. I became a little bit of a Taoist, among other things, a while back. And the beautiful thing that I love the most about the Tao is that it is what it is. It actually does what it does without effort. It has this quality to it that is just allowing life force to move. And that's why I love ecstatic dance. That's why I love to create with my friends and be in the flow, because there's something so satisfying about letting life use you, letting life guide you, letting yourself be moved from that inner spirit that's like, sometimes it feels like shaking it out. Sometimes it feels like singing it out. Sometimes it feels like screaming it out. And that feeling is so satisfying. And I felt like if only the world could just let it go enough. You know, and another thing we saw during COVID was like, if we just slowed down, if we just took a pause, life's natural impulse is to restore and regenerate itself. The process of regeneration is as much about withdrawing our consent and participation from the things that are creating harm as it is about participating in the healthy regenerative feedback loops. And if we allow ourselves to be life and to surrender to life, I believe that it's just completely in our nature as stewards, as creative beings, to be good relatives and to create a world that works for all. And so this song is called You Can Lay It Down. And it's all about letting go and allowing life to move you. Let's see, let's try that again. Heavy weighs the crown, heavy is the ground. She will bring you round. You can lay it down. Rest upon the land. Castles made of sand. Forests older than man. You can lay it down. Life herself is yearning, the greatest of the turnings, rising as it's burning. You can lay it down. You can lay it down. You can lay it down. Lay it down. Red roads made of clay. All nations praise the day we surrendered to the way. You can lay it down. Paradise was never lost. We just had to pay the cost. Sacred blood on the cross. You can lay it down. Benevolence and wisdom, healing every schism, realizing true religion. You can lay it down. You can lay it down. You can lay it down. Lay it down. thank you. What that song means to me is like we all carry the mantle of responsibility of stewardship, and that in order to do that, we need to know how to actually listen to what life needs, what life is asking for from us. And that has to do with restoring our relationship with the earth, with all of our relatives. And there's something like perennial and ongoing, like indigenous peoples are still here. They haven't gone anywhere. And the castles made of sand that I'm referring to in that song is about how if you build a civilization on the rotten foundation of patriarchy and colonization, it's going to fall because it's not connected to that which sustains life, which is the feminine and indigenous wisdom. And yet we have access to that. Even people in male bodies, even people in bodies socialized as white, like we actually can, if we learn how to listen and decolonize and decondition ourselves, there's something innate in what it means to be human. We all have indigenous ancestors in our blood, and those ancestors we're connected to them. There's an unbroken chain that we are a part of that we can remember together. And so I want to sing a song now dedicated to the feminine in all of us. This was the first song that I wrote and none of these songs do I feel like I actually even wrote. Like I feel like I received them, and I just am like a translator of feelings that are not mine, but they're also mine. And this song in particular, I set an intention to write about Mary Magdalene, because that if you haven't gone deep into the Magdalene manuscript, there's all sorts of ways that the feminine was written out of early Christianity, and that there's an interpretation, which I personally ascribe to, that the archetype of Christ was actually the union of Mary Magdalene and a man named Yeshua. And that might be like hereditary heterodox to say, but that's a way that I was able to reconnect with my own lineage, which had been very deeply in connection with the church. And so I started to really like focus my meditations and praying with Mary, the spirit of Mary Magdalene, and she's associated with the symbol of the rose. And so I set my intent to honor her through writing a song. And it's the first song that came through where I was actually worked by the process of this song. I felt like I am too rudimentary of an instrument for God to use for this purpose. Like I feel like I don't have it in me. Am I just haven't deconstructed patriarchy in myself enough, or like connected my feminine enough? And it really worked me to like actually soften enough to receive a song like this. And it's really a testament to returning back to that feminine wisdom of universal belonging, and the wisdom of rest, of knowing how to go inward and receive. And it's called The Rose. Call her the rose. She opens like a flower. She rises to her throne as we arise to ours. She says to be what you are. Be what you are. She says to be what you are. And she brings me to the garden. She brings me to the garden where I opens her robes to reveal her tender power. She calls me to my knees when she asks to be devoured. She wants to receive all that we are, all that we are. She wants to receive all that we are. She brings me to the garden. She brings me to the garden where I can rest, where I can rest. She softens to receive till her cup's overflowing. She loves until she grieves. Her being is her knowing. She asks us to feel all that we are, all that we are. She asks us to feel all that we are, and she brings me to the garden. She brings me to the garden where I can rest, where I can rest. She wraps us in her wings, nothing outside or forgotten. She teaches us to sing as her grace begins to blossom. She asks us to hold all that we are, all that we are. She asks us to hold all that we are. She brings me to the garden. She brings me to the garden where I can rest, where I can The reason I love connecting with these different archetypal beings is because I feel like they hold a kind of frequency. And when you connect with them, you can connect with that frequency. And so when I envision, when I close my eyes and when I'm singing that song, when I feel what Mary Magdalene means to me, what this feminine unconditional love means to me, is that every part of me is welcome. Every part of me is okay. Just being exactly the way that I am. And any like internalized story of not enoughness or not belongingness or self-exile or self-betrayal, when I connect to that spirit, it helps remind me like I do belong. I am beautiful and whole exactly as I am. And any reason that I've ever believed that I wasn't, I don't accept. And that is the healing power of that kind of being. gosh, there's like at least 2 more that I'd like to do. Can I do 2 more? How are we doing? 2 more? Okay, great. Because I wanted to play one song that before the last song that I want to play that I wrote for the design science community. I was on this very call 2 years ago. I think it must have been 2 years ago, 2.5 years ago. And I saw all the faces of all of the artists from all around the world. And I couldn't stop crying. I was so overjoyed that like we're part of something that's so much bigger than us, and that the earth, Gaia, is calling her children back to her all over the planet. And that brought me to such tears to feel that we actually are a human family, and that those of us who are responding to this call of the earth, we found each other in this online community. And thank you so much to Roxy and to everyone who's made the Design Science Studio a reality. I feel less alone in the world, knowing that there are other people out there holding this vision of a world that works for all with me, alongside me. And so I wrote this song in honor of those people, us here gathered, who are listening and heeding that call. And it's called Who We Are. Who we are, we're here to heal the earth, giving birth to a culture without fear. Who we are, we're creators of life from the stars, down to our Mother Earth, into my arms. Yes, humanity can fall into my heart. Yes, I will feel it all. I'll give it all. Give it all that I've got. I'll give it all that I've got. We're not very far. Yes, the sun is on the rise in the dark. Yes, the light shines from inside. Give it all. Yes, I'm all in for all life. Love it all. Because bliss is our birthright outside of time. Yes, this moment is what's real, our origin. It reveals what's been concealed. I'll give it all. Give it all I've got. I'll give it all that I've got. I won't pull away. Yes, even through the pain, I'm here to stay. Won't you walk this path with me? I will convey that you belong until the day we are standing arm in arm. I'll give it all. Give it all I've got. Yes, I'll give it all that I've got. Gee.
Awesome.
I think one of the most important parts of that song for me is I won't pull away even through the pain. I'm here to stay. Won't you walk this path with me? I don't know about you guys, but I've been in a lot of collaborative attempts to change big systems with big ideas on this planet that haven't worked because we couldn't collaborate. We didn't yet have the ability to move through conflict well. I don't know if anyone else can relate. Attempts, really sincere attempts. No one's actually wrong, but we struggle to actually do it together. And so my prayers is like our maturity in our ability to like stay with the trouble, stay with the initiation of doing this deep work together, because it ain't always going to be easy, and we need each other. So that's one of the big parts of that song. It's like we're actually on this journey for life. I've said this to Roxy. You are my sister for life. We are on this journey together for life. We are doing it for life, and we are doing it for the rest of our lives together. And that's real solidarity to me. I want to close out with a song that really invokes who we get to become when we rise together. This song is inspired by a mountain that I looked out across at every day that I lived in New Mexico, and in the traditional language of that place, the meaning literally translates into man who holds his head up high. And that spirit, I feel like, is like, I look around and I see, oh, you're in your greatness. You're in your greatness. Like, we're all in our greatness here. And so this is a song about rising into that greatness in service of life, in service of the whole. Density descending, gravity in my bones, humanity ascending, together and alone. Let it rise, let it die. Let it rise, let it die, my love. Our world is ending, our planet giving birth, our consciousness descending to the body of the earth. The next Buddha is all of us. The next Jesus, you and I. The next prophet of the goddess won't descend from the sky. It will take all of our majesty to create the world we need. It will take all of our majesty to create the world we need. Long ago time was woven, this golden thread connects us all. The web is the remembrance that lives within us all. I remember where I came from. You're all my family. Our seed is broken open as we awaken our divinity. Let it rise, let it die, my love. it rise, let it rise, my love. I honor your shadow. Our shadows are the same. It's the coat that we carry as we adapted to pain. I place my life on the altar of who I choose to be. I remember we are holy, we are sanctified, and it will take all of our majesty to create the world we need.
Sibling. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Oh, I am so grateful for your yes to the music that wants to come through you. It is such a gift to the world. And it like covers the spectrum of spirit and the polycrisis and like the rawness of being alive in this moment, but it's also such a like invocation, an invitation to who we are becoming in this web of interbeing in service to the future. It's so beautiful. I'm so grateful.
Well, and thank you for believing me and empowering me as an artist. And I've been catching flack recently for not claiming it as part of my identity more, because it's important.
It's important.
And my like professional life is not somehow like, it's all one thing. Like this is all interrelated. And I really do feel like the individual process and the collective process are so interconnected and mutually informing, and so much in order to embody the new way and actually animate these new systems. If you've ever tried to do decentralized organizing, like you need to have a lot of emotional intelligence. You need to do a lot of trauma work. You need to do a lot of decolonization. Like there's like a way in which this personal transformation and healing enables us to go out and be that in the world. So I'm really grateful to be able to share all of the different parts of my whole being here in this community. And thank you for the opportunity to share songs. And thank you to everyone for listening. I will see you all later this week.
Yes, I can't wait for more of that. And yeah, I hope if many things that this community that you are a part of does for you, it is to embolden your like discern, I don't know if discernment is the right word, but your inner artist. Like you are an incredible artist, and that is very much the way that I see you. And it's something to like lead with, you know. I think there's like a conditioning that happens, and that's one of the things I think we're working to dismantle or reform in, in this container, you know. Centering the like critically important role that we play in so much of the work that you do in general is about this like fascia layer between. And I feel like the arts are a lubrication, like that cultural lubrication. So it's beautiful to see how that expresses itself in your being in so many ways.
Well, and I would love to weave with the community that's here, in anyone who's listening to this from Colorado. I know that a big part of the next evolution of DSS is bioregional organizing, And we're going to be doing a whole summer of bioregional actions, and the arts are going to be right at the forefront of that. And we have so many amazing musicians and artists who are part of this community. So I would love to weave those two together very literally in like community organizing that includes the amazing artists who are here in Colorado. If anyone's listening to this, please come find me on one of my socials and send me a message.
And thanks for bringing Josie. Oh my goodness. Wow. It's been incredible to have Josie this year in the community. And I
She
know
calls
y'all
herself a ritualista, a guerrilla ritualist. And we used to do these performance arts pieces in downtown Boulder where we would just ask people, what do you feel stuck in your life? And we would spend 3 minutes on the clock just throwing different possibilities at them of different ways that they could approach something. And it was called the Bureau of Possibility Management. So this like mischievous art practice, actually like doing live performance art on the street, helping to expand people's awareness of what's possible. I'm really glad that Josie's part of this community now.
I feel like that's such a perfect segue to the one and only Miss Emma, who is definitely a stirrer.
Oh, but I've got to fawn a little bit before we segue. Oh my
Fun,
goodness.
fun, fun.
If you're just tuning in to Regenera, Benjamin has been giving us a life. Oh my goodness. You see, ladies and gentlemen, it just goes to show if you do try a little tenderness, turns out it expands exponentially and your heart just grows and grows. It is so lovely to watch you sing your heart song and such a beautiful way to connect. You clearly have such a mastery of language and storytelling. And so it's nice to hear such concise and yet profound expansions of your observation. That was so lovely, Benjamin.
Thank you.
Do we all want to unmute and just like have a little?
Well done, Benjamin.
Thank you. Thank you. Oh, Emma, you muted yourself somehow. Come back.
Awesome. Well, as I said, I am Miss Emma, and it will be my pleasure to take you from such an ethereal, existential experience into maybe something a bit more sassy and booty shaking. I have been self-tasked with getting together a little collective of some song and dance friends from the Design Science Studio. And I am here on behalf of two of my dear friends who could not be here. I've always loved being present, but I am never minded being in absentia. And so to be present for those in absentia is always good paying it forward for Miss Emma. And I've got some video presentations from a few friends of mine in California, some of whom you may already know and love. But I think after such a soft expansion of all of our equilibrium, maybe it's time to just kick it up a notch real quick and bounce us into this little cabaret segment. I'm going to stop my video and go ahead and share my screen, and I will show you the very beginning of my COVID adventures. I started shooting this video. Oops, I'm so sorry. Where did it go? Oh, it's right here. Sorry, I should have shared my screen just a moment after that. Where are you? I started this video just before COVID and finally finished it about a year ago. This is Coming Up Swinging, my little protest song with Adam Smith.
Wait. A little
In a
slow tonight, isn't it?
dead club.
Yes, it is, Mr. Smith.
We can't see it yet, Emma.
What do it mean?
I haven't shared it yet.
I thought I did.
I'm awfully glad you asked me that, Lloyd. How
But you
about
can
you
hear it.
set him up?
You can
and I
hear, but we
knock
can't
back?
see.
That is, if you're not too busy.
Can you see it now?
No, sir.
Well, it says there's no, you haven't actually started sharing the screen yet.
But I did.
It says that
Oh,
you
this is not going to work very well. I might have it shared it. Like, where we go?
unshare and click share screen again. And so there we go. But it doesn't say you have selected audio. So you'll have to click the share audio button so we can hear it.
Is that it there? Oh, goodness.
Before you push play,
I
you don't-
started it over.
I know, but there's no audio. You'll have to click the share audio button, my love.
I'm pushing it right now.
When you click share screen, there's a little button on the right that says share sound. And
Yeah.
I had it the second time.
Oh, I'm so happy we could all do this together. What better way to
there we
spend
go.
a Saturday?
There we
watching
go.
it?
There we go. I see the little audio button.
Learn on the job.
Yeah.
Doing it. All right, here we go. We really kicked it up a notch, ladies and gentlemen. No.
Yes, it is, Mr. Smith. What'll it be?
Well, I'm awfully glad you asked me that, Lloyd. How about you set him up and I knock him back? That is, if you're not too busy.
No, sir. Not busy at all.
Awesome.
Well, I always find political protesting always goes hand in hand with gratuitous butt shots, ladies and gentlemen. I consider most of my work a titty think piece, including my new show that's going to London this fall. That's what we've branded it as, a titty think piece. And now for your viewing pleasure, your dear friend and mine, I'm sure a lot of you know our little lady darling, Megs Ritigliano. She was here on cohort 3 this year. And she and I happened to do a little show many years ago, not many years ago, at the last Burning Man before there were the Renegades. We've spoken highly of our beloved fantasy land in the desert a few times this evening already. So I thought I'd bring you all back to our Dusty Rose with a little bit of Trainwreck. I hope you remember this piece we performed on the front porch. And Meg, take it away.
Songs that you're about to hear were inspired by the train wreck itself. I chose all songs that had to do with travel, trains, and train wreck relationships. Everybody's had one or two of those, am I right? Well, you're crazy about love, and I'm crazy about love myself. Well, you're crazy about love, and I'm crazy about love myself. When I'm with you, baby, can't
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, I love her
Yes.
so much. She's so fantastic. Hold on, let me turn this off.
Oh, she's the best.
Hold on. Oh, sorry.
I was so excited when she joined this year.
Is going so great, you guys. Oh, here we go.
Singing.
Oh, yeah. Quick time. Oh my goodness. There we go, ladies and gentlemen. We just needed one more second of Meg's, her soaring, sweet melodies. That lady can light up a room. There is no doubt. I adore her, and hopefully we'll see her up here again on the Regeneissance stage. Why don't we hand it over to our friend Cello Joe? I don't know if any of you know Cello Joe like I know Cello Joe, but I adore this man. At any point where I'm at a festival or a party and I hear his signature sound come wafting through the crowd noise, as it always does, because he's on that right vibration, I get so excited. And he wrote this sassy little tune I'm going to play for you. And made a little video out of it. This is called Canceled Music by Cello Joe, getting his trickster on. And away we go. Where are you, Cello Joe? Hello, Cello Joe.
And swear, then you're canceled. You try to do some cultural appropriation, then you're canceled. If you go on vacation, then you're canceled. Talking about you, Ted Cruz. If you say the wrong thing, then you're canceled. And if you got too much bling, then you're canceled. If you hug too long, then you're canceled. And if you write a song about cancel culture, then you're canceled. Canceled, you are canceled. Then you're canceled. And if your hard drive has smut, then you're canceled. And if you don't give a whoop, then you're canceled. And if you eat a duck, then you're canceled. You're canceled cause you're white. You're canceled cause you're black. You're canceled cause you incite to fight. You're canceled cause you caused an attack. If you say the N-word, then you're canceled. If you say the B-word, then you're canceled. If you don't say a word, then you're canceled. If you do say a word, then you're canceled. Canceled, you are canceled. Canceled, you are canceled. You're canceled when you're far-right Republican. You're canceled when you're a chauvinist man. You're canceled when you're far-left Democrat. You're canceled when you call someone fat. If you're conservative, then you're canceled. And if you're liberal, well then you're canceled. You're canceled cause you're American. Canceled cause you're Mexican. Canceled cause you're Asian. Canceled cause you're European. You're uncancelable cause you're woke. You're canceled cause you made a joke. You're canceled cause you did blackface. You're canceled cause you've got no taste. Canceled. You are canceled. Canceled. You are canceled. cause you eat meat. Cancel from your social media posts. Get canceled and your career is toast. You're canceled if you got a banana hanging out of your pajamas. You're canceled if you're gay or if you're straight. You're canceled cause you say that you hate. You're canceled cause you joke about people that are trans. You're canceled cause you're clueless and you just don't understand. Canceled, you are canceled. Canceled, you are canceled. You're canceled if you do drugs, canceled if you smoke nugs, canceled cause you're on Fox News. You're canceled cause you didn't pay your dues. You're canceled when you're on CNN. You're canceled when you tweet while you're on NBN. Sorry, Roseanne, but you're canceled. You are canceled. Canceled. You are canceled.
Yeah. All right. Am I still sharing that? Oh, no, one sec. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we are rounding out to the end of our show. I'm going to play another quick little ditty by myself. Something I just finished and took a lot of attention away from me this spring as well. And we cranked out this music video just in time for the album to be out, which is out now. Title track off that album, being Playing with Fire, is my song. This is something I did with Adam Smith as well. And I'm going to put that up for you right now and then let Joey take us out into the closing ceremonies. It's been so lovely to spend some time with you this Saturday night and see all some of your shining faces and all your shining backgrounds. It is my pleasure. Again, if you're just tuning in, this is Miss Emma and this is Playing with Fire.
But I've been told the day you slow down is the day you get old. And I've been riding around that track, never slowed down and I never looked back. Cause way out west where I wanna be, the open road and the Joshua tree. I'll make my bed beneath the stars, shoot out the lights at the local bars. Before I die, they say I'll break, but I try to give more than I take. I come and go like the rodeo, that's how it is when you ride with the show. Catch me if you can, try to breathe. I love the man, but you must understand. If loving me is your heart's desire, oh baby, you're playing with fire. Well, I don't know, but I've been told if you wanna get rich, you gotta sell your soul. And I've been finding that that's a fact. When I eat the rich, it's barely a snack. I spend my time down on their knees and I spend their money whenever I please. You see, a real man's waiting around the bend who can be my lover and can be my friend. He'll live on my empire of dirt, events to build against the pain and hurt. So come and go like the rodeo, but we'll die for love by the end of the show. Catch me if you can, try to be my lover man, but you must understand. If loving me is your heart's desire, oh baby, catch me if you can, try to be my lover man, but you must understand. If loving me is your heart's desire, oh baby, you're playing with fire. A life of love is not in vain, can't get enough of the joy and pain. It comes and goes like the rodeos, where we end up, well, nobody knows. Catch me if you can, try to be my
have it, ladies and gentlemen. I still get so excited when I see it because it's actually out in the world now. Despite all my personal objections to the many things you'll never know that I know are wrong with it. Oh, the artist's process. Well, it has been lovely being here with y'all. And listening to my little songs and sharing some of the songs with my friends. And this is another really beautiful one by Cello Joe. And I'm going to let this one go drifting out into the universe. We can kind of come a little bit back down to our soft, shimmery space that Benjamin gave us such life in just moments before. And then I believe Eve and Roxy are going to take us into the closing ceremonies. So I will take this opportunity to bid you adieu, adieu to you and you and you. Oh, and you. Oh, there's so many more people on here now. We're getting into the end of the night. Well, thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. And our closing act is Cello Joe, Let Go.
Only when we let go of our ego our soul. Only when we let go of our ego will we know our soul. Only when we let go of our ego will we know our soul.
All right, Roxy, take us home.
I mean, I'm speechless. Like, what an incredible cabaret journey that you've taken us on, Miss Emma, the one and only. That was incredible. Thank you. You were like, I want to do this thing. I was like, do it. Come on, let's do it. This is important. This is an important part of Regenera, is the cabaret. And you rocked it. I could not have imagined a more incredible first cabaret from you, and I'm excited for more. Let's do it in person.
Seriously, I love Mojo. I mean, there's so many great folks already involved, but this online format is really nice to be able to open it up to the rest of our global citizens. But excellent. What a Saturday. So much hooray to you. Well done, you.
Well done us. Well done us. You are so talented. I mean, I knew that you were so talented, but whew, my goodness.
It never hurts to hear it on a Saturday night
You
when I'm in
are.
my pajamas.
Oh, talented. Pajamas plus lipstick. Let's go.
Let's go. All right.
In Regenera, you got to be comfortable in the cabaret, okay?
Indeed.
Rest is sexy, you know? It's all about the radical imagination today.
It's a really beautiful day. Congratulations. It's not come easy for everybody, and to make something that difficult look so effortless, you know. I'm just only glad that I could have some technical difficulties to make you look better, my dear. It's the many services we offer right here in the nation. I was on that sword.
Oh, there were some questions in the chat though of like, where's the best place to find your music specifically?
Well, you usually see my butt first, and then you can. Oh, there it is. But I'm on anywhere you Google Miss Emma with 3 M's, and you'll find me. I'm on all the platforms where they regularly steal and stream music, and we'll deal with that in another timeline, I'm sure. But yeah, Miss Emma with 3 M's. You can go ahead and give that a little enter. But
Yeah,
thank you.
because I think the links that were shared were, well, your Instagram, Miss Emanation, but you know, we'll follow the butts. I'll follow the butts to the tunes.
Yeah, that's my little joke on the world. I'm like, everything's crashing down. I'll just make it look nice, like give the world a soft landing pad, you know?
Let's make the world go round. They do.
Indeed.
Thank you,
I will let
sister.
you take us into the next small journey and take us home. Cheers, Roxy.
Thank you, sister. Cheers. Wow. Oh, I'm so grateful. What an amazing day. What an amazing Saturday. Whew, I know it's quite late in some places, or maybe even starting to get quite early some places. So thank you all for going on this journey with us today. It's been such a journey. We've gone through the highs and lows. We've felt the density of our spirit and the vulnerability of our hearts. We've gone deep into this patterns of nature and come back out into the visioning. There's been channeling, there's been ancestral healing. We've had an incredible art tour. So many musicians today. Yes, so much music. So much music. And the opening, I can't even believe this has all been one day. Wow. It's really just the place to fill up the cup. Sometimes I think that it can feel like there's not a lot of good news out there, but turns out there's a lot of good news. I've been thinking a lot lately about the dominant narratives that are out there. And the media has a lot to do with this, especially in modernity, especially in the West, of what gets amplified. And it's not that there's not a lot of bad things happening, but there's a lot of good news, and there's a lot of good people, and there's a lot of really, really inspiring stuff happening. And we just don't always get to hear about it. And so may this journey in Regenera be a balm for that remembering, that coming back together as we're converging with each other and we're tending those seeds of our radical imagination. This came up a bit whenever Chelvanaya did the participatory weaving session earlier, but right, like how are we decolonizing our imagination? And someone asks, like, how do we know that our imagination is colonized? And I mean, knowing is an interesting kind of frame in general, but like consider like chewing on where and how these dominant narratives may have dampened or stifled our capacity to challenge the quote, the way things are, and to imagine another way. And so hopefully by drinking a bit from each other's wells, we've seen the expansive potential of imagining another way and what that can lead to. And may this be and continue to be, we're just in day 2, a place that we can return to. And I cannot ever close any of these days without immense overflowing gratitude to everyone who helped make it possible, to each and every one of the artists and the designers, to all of the volunteers, all the production team, to our ancestors and these lands that we're on, to all of the patience it takes to be a part of something like this and be like willing and ready to adjust and adapt together and flow and like show up for each other. And we've seen like peaks and valleys in the like container of the internal Zoom space today, and there have been a few other choose your own adventures happening across the space. And there's 8 different places that this is streaming out to, and this is just the second day, and it is so encouraging for everyone who's come in, who said thank you, who shared their appreciation, their questions, who showed their faces. It's and even just coming and supporting each other, it says like you matter and your radical imagination matters. That it was super funny to me that it wasn't until this year that I fully understood that the word radical meant from the root. And it's just been one of those things that I just haven't been able to like shake. I'm like, oh, this is so beautiful. Like I've always felt so like attuned to this word. And when we think about like getting to the root of our imagination and that returning to our childlike joy, that innate kind of birthright that we have to dream, to not like succumb to some sort of societal pattern that we're embedded within, to like shake up and wake up and, you know, live those headlines that Oscar was sharing earlier today. And to be inside of spaces like this, encourage more of this dreaming another way. When I first started dating speaker John Ash, who is now my fiance, he 5 years ago, he was sharing with me his ideas about a system beyond capitalism. And I realized that I had never thought about it, like actually thought about it. And it took me probably a year and a half to finally really both get it, like, and feel able to really imagine a world beyond capitalism. And that's kind of what the like imagination requires. It's a muscle you have to flex, you have to practice. It will atrophy. It will quite literally atrophy. And now I can imagine a world beyond capitalism. I can imagine a world where all life can thrive at the expense of none, where our incentivization structures are not like structured around profit, but rather they're structured around the benefit of all of life. And I've now seen, you know, many different potential formats of that. And I had a conversation with my 5-year-old niece the other day about it. And she was like, why is there money? Like, what, can't people just give things to each other? And I was like, thank you. Yes, it's called capitalism. It's not particularly great, but I'm pretty sure within your lifetime we'll probably like get to live another way. She was like, great. I feel like y'all would work less. It was like one of the most beautiful conversations that I've had in a long time. And I was like, you're 5. I love you. You know, and that's that like joyous kind of willingness to not be so entrenched inside of some system that tells you that this is just the way things are. And I think that's part of the wisdom that comes from, you know, being inside of different points in our life. And this has been, you know, even just today, it's a microcosm. We literally have heard from people in their 80s to people in their 20s. And like, it's, you know, it's from many corners of the earth. I don't know if for folks who are, you know, on the inside of the event who have gotten tickets, you can explore the page, and there's like people tuning in from India, from Thailand, from South America, from Southeast Asia, and Europe and India, and like tomorrow morning. So we're starting an hour before we've started the last 2 days. We will start at 10 a.m. instead of 11 a.m. Pacific, because we are going to hear from a whole group of projects from Regenerosity. So Regenerosity is one of our partners, and they do a lot of work around regenerative agriculture. And their projects are primarily about food sovereignty and food systems and regenerative food systems. And a lot of them are based in Africa. And so it's better timing for them to tune in at 10 a.m. And so we get to hear from a bunch of these frontline projects. And I couldn't be more excited to get to have this moment where we get to have them live. So I hope folks can tune in. And yeah, we have tomorrow is going to be a big, full, long day. And Monday we'll have some plenary in the morning and a few workshops. And then we're gonna be transitioning. We'll keep it hybrid, but we'll be transitioning to San Francisco to Gray Area. And we're gonna have 3 days in person. And some of those segments will be streamed online. And it's going to be so delicious to get to go from, you know, between spheres to where we can hug each other and dance and like bump booties with Wish with you, Miss Emma, definitely with each other. And yeah, so with that, I bid you adieu. I hope that you have a nourishing and restful evening, and I hope to see you back tomorrow. And as always, if you are considering tuning in live from wherever this is streaming to, one of the 8 different places, no one is turned away for lack of funds. We'd love to have you in here because it's a really yummy conversation and there's a lot of other stuff you could dig into. And thanks for your encouragement and thanks for being here. And please share. It's only day 2 and the city's only docking for 7 days. So you should probably enjoy it because I wasn't docked in 2 years. I appreciate all of you. Thank you. May this space and our time here be a prayer for the future, for the present, and for all of life. See you tomorrow and be well.
Ew.